morning, everybody, and welcome to the 35th E.S.PKU Conference here in 2021. For the second year in a row, we have had to be virtual rather than be face-to-face with you all. So on behalf of the ESPKU board, very welcome to you all. As I said, it is our second virtual conference this year. We're on a completely different platform, Hopin, and we thank our co-partners in this for helping us put this on. Smart Events, been tremendous help. So welcome to our sponsors, our gold sponsors, BioMarin, silver sponsor Plus APR Nutrition, silver PCT Therapeutics, and our bronze sponsors, Cambrook, MetaX, Mevalia, Taranis, and VitaFlow. I'm happy to welcome over 750 registrations, an impressive audience really, given the time frame and people's overuse of virtual conferences, etc. And more importantly, I'm very pleased to say we have over 250 registrations from people with PKU or an allied disorder. This really goes to show how important the ESPKU has become to the patient community in Europe and indeed beyond. So we've had a great start to the day. You've seen the adverts. I think they're pretty funky. I certainly enjoyed all of those. May also take thanks to all our speakers and our professionals and moderators, in particular the Scientific Advisory Committee, who have actually taken their time out on Sunday to be with us to talk about PKU. Now on Friday we had the professionals program, which went very well, I understand, and I've just heard that over twice the normal number of people who would register for this particular conference were there online. So obviously there's a dearth of PKU interest that missed out on, and so it is certainly from a professional point of view. We've certainly come a long way, so great credit to the SAC. And so without further ado, and to talk a little bit about Friday, I'll hand over to you, Francjan van Spronson, our SAC lead. Thank you.
Dear Eric, thank you for your introduction, and I can only echo you that the importance of the ESPKU has become even more clear in this period of time. And that's maybe due to COVID, where there are not that many meetings and we cannot have our live events with each other, but knowing that we need each other to develop our ideas, to gain experience, and to help each other out. For if one thing is clear, and that's also clear in the ESPKU as well, patients cannot do it at their own. Professionals cannot do it at their own. Industry cannot do it at their own. But together we can change the world and make PQ at least a little bit better. At Friday, as Eric mentioned, we indeed had about 180 professionals on board, only professionals. And it's very good to have them on board and to hear their voices and to see they are listening. We had some inspiring professional abstracts presented. There were more than 40 abstracts presented to us to be seen whether they were able to be presented as an oral presentation, and we selected some 10 of them, and they were all brilliant. Very good. Thank you for those presenters. And we also had an old team presented in free presentations. Do we need treatment of adult PKU? On the one hand, some people believe they have a fulfilled and easy and happy life. And on the other hand, take for example the guidelines of the USA, patients should be treated with a upper target Phe concentration of 360 micromole per liter, say 6 milligram per deciliter. So these two worlds are completely at different camps. And the thing we have to do is to get them together. For the data, the results, the evidence is the same. But we are talking with each other, the professionals, at different levels. Data, opinions, experience, feelings, and that all have to merge together to have a good advice for you as an adult PKU patient or an adolescent patient or a child who becomes adolescent and becomes adult. And I think at Friday we have moved that way. We know now that about a third of the adult PKU patients have some serious or less severe problems, cognitive, neurocognitive, neuropsychological, social problems. The others don't, or in the study, they were not shown. But that means in real practice that the question is not to treat or not to treat, but the question becomes, how can we see those patients who have problems? And we have to treat them strictly, possibly, for we have always to balance the cost and the benefits of the treatment against the cost of the benefits of your problems. But at the same time, if we know those patients, we may also know the patients who do not have that much problems. And in that patients, the balance between treatment or only follow-up of the patients may be quite different. And that's the task we have to make. And from there, Anita, I think you have too much munition to get started the scientific part of this meeting of this morning. Thank you.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen from Birmingham and in the UK. And it's my huge pleasure to start the scientific part of the meeting. And there is no better person to start with than our first speaker, who is an absolutely wonderful human being. This is, of course, Professor Maria Giswska, who's a general pediatrician and pediatric metabolic specialist working in Giswska in Poland. Her research has focused on the early diagnosis and treatment of patients with inborn errors of metabolism, including PKU, of course. She's a very active member of the European guidelines on PKU. She's the author of over 100 publications in inborn errors of metabolism in general and pediatrics. She's on many groups. She's involved in the development of the newborn screening program, including a cross-border cooperation with Germany. She's a member of many national and international societies dedicated to pediatrics, inborn errors of metabolism and newborn screening. Now, today, Maria is concentrating on maternal PKU, new and established perspectives. Now, as Maria is getting ready to start, I've got a plea to all our audience. We do want to see lots of questions and discussion points at the end of Professor Maria's presentation. Please write these in the comments box, but please write your name as well. I will be asking no questions if I don't know who the questions have come from. So your question, your comment, and your name. But Maria, the floor is yours, and welcome.
Thank you very much, Anita. Thank you very much for your so kind introduction. And I just love your Polish pronunciation on Polish names. And thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor and pleasure to be with you today. I am speaking to you from Szczecin, Poland, and I will be talking about maternal PKU, new and established perspective. So, well, the main aim of my lecture today is to raise again the awareness about the maternal PKU syndrome. I strongly believe that women with PKU, after many months of sacrifices and limitation, can enjoy happy motherhood. But for this, future mothers, their partners, family members, friends, but also us PKU professionals need awareness and knowledge of the problem, and PKU mothers should be surrounded with multidirectional support. Although much of the information you are about to hear today will be familiar to many of you, yet there are here with us a number of people new to our PKU family, new patients, new parents. This presentation is for all of us, as I firmly believe that there can never be too much education aim to optimize the outcome in maternal PKU. So happy motherhood in PKU, absolutely yes, but, and the whole story today will be about this but. So let's start from the beginning. The maternal PKU syndrome is an embryophytopathy observed in the offsprings of mothers with increased blood Phe levels. So it is mom with PKU who has higher levels of phenylalanine, and this phenylalanine, by crossing the placenta, goes to the baby and can cause multi-organ teratogenic effects on the development on the developed fetus. So again, it is mom who has PKU, and her high Phe levels can be harmful to her baby. The history of maternal PKU is almost as old as the history of PKU. It was already in 1937 when Jervis reported first health issues of children from 2 PKU mothers. Then in 1957, Charles Dent described 3 mentally disabled non-phenylketonuria offsprings of a PKU mother, and this was followed by the bigger collection of patients reported by Mabry in 1933. At that time, people thought that mothers' high Phe levels are harmful exclusively to the brain of the fetus. But then in 60s and 70s, more reports were published indicating that there is some kind of problem with the growth of the baby prenatally. So this was the beginning of the intrauterine growth retardation connection between mother's PKU and the child's anthropometric measurements after the delivery. Then there were some publications about the risk of congenital heart disease in the offsprings of mothers with PKU and impairment of their postnatal growth. So from that time, people started to think that phenylalanine is a multi-organ teratogen and can be toxic to different organs and tissues in the developing fetus. But really fundamental was the paper published in 1980 by Lange and Levy. These 2 fantastic American scientists described the abnormalities in more than 400 offsprings coming from more than 150 mothers with classical untreated PKU. And this was really a fundamental publication for the maternal PKU, indicating that more than 90% of these children will show later on mental retardation, which now we will call intellectual disability. Many of them, 2/3 of them, will develop microcephaly. Many of them will be born with low birth weight, presenting the symptoms of intrauterine growth retardation. There will be a higher incidence of severe congenital heart disease, and many of these pregnancies will end with spontaneous miscarriages. And this publication was really very crucial for the development and very important initiative created by Richard Koch and Felix de la Cruz from the National Institute of Child Health and Human Development and Children's Hospital in Los Angeles, USA. And this was the Maternal PKU Collaborative Study. This was a fantastic study, international study, with the involvement of more than 100 PKU centers from the USA, Canada, Germany, Switzerland, and Austria, and almost 600 pregnancies from 382 women with hyperphenylalaninemia, including 66% of classical PKU, were evaluated, and more than 400 newborns delivered by these women were evaluated. Many of them follow up to the age of 7 years. And as you can see here, the main results coming from this study was that optimal birth outcome occur when maternal blood Phe levels between 120 and 360 micromole per liter, which is equal to 6 milligram per deciliter, are achieved by 8-10 weeks of gestation and maintained throughout pregnancy. And down the slide, you can see Richard Koch together with his wife Jen And in the middle, Fritz Trefts, a fantastic pediatrician from Germany, who was the main person responsible for this part of collaboration from the European perspective. And Fritz, whom most of us know very well, devoted his whole life to PKU and especially to mothers with PKU. So Fritz, if you are with us today, thank you very much for your great involvement and hard work. And after maternal collaborative studies, numbers of publications were published all over the world. They were dealing with different aspects of maternal PKU and maternal PKU syndrome, and we were reaching more and more knowledge every day and every month regarding this complicated problem. So from all of these publications, again, the main symptoms of maternal PKU syndrome were coming in again, including intellectual disability, microcephaly, low birth weight, congenital heart disease, and spontaneous miscarriages. But based on numbers of these publications, we also learned that there are other symptoms of possible in maternal PKU syndrome, like facial dysmorphy, bones malformation, esophageal atresia, Pierre-Robin syndrome, myelomeningocele, strabismus, and many others which were described among the patients, among the children delivered by the mothers with not optimal metabolic control during the pregnancy. And again, coming back to Professor Fritz Trefts, he allowed me to share with you this picture on the right side. And if we look deeply into the collection of symptoms presented by children delivered by the PKU mom and children delivered by the mom who were exposed to alcohol during the pregnancy, you may notice that these clinical presentations are very similar. So in fact, clinical symptoms of maternal PKU syndrome are very similar to the symptoms presented by in the fetal alcohol syndrome. And the whole world knows exactly that alcohol is very toxic to the developing child, and we should build the awareness that the same is regarding the phenylalanine. Why it is like this? Because during pregnancy, phenylalanine is a multi-organ teratogen. And phenylalanine, like many other amino acids, is actively transported by the placenta from the mother to the fetus. And this is active net transport, which means, and this red arrow here represents this, that phenylalanine is transported from the mom to the baby, reaching the higher levels in the blood of the baby. So the fetus will always have higher Phe levels than the mother, and the high fetal maternal ratio for phenylalanine is present from early pregnancy and persists even at high maternal Phe concentrations. So even if mom has high Phe levels, her baby, her fetus, will have these levels even higher. This is the reason why we always have to decrease the mother's Phe levels to the values safe to the baby. Okay, let's go for the next. So what is very important is to notice that the critical period for the central nervous system, which is extremely sensitive to phenylalanine negative influence, cranium and heart development, is 5 to 8 weeks from the mother's last menstrual period. And many women at that time may not know yet that they are pregnant. So this is the reason why all PKU pregnancies, this is one of the reasons why all PKU pregnancies should be carefully planned and should be prepared, because mothers may get pregnant without having the knowledge that they are already pregnant, and the baby is extremely sensitive in the very, very first weeks of pregnancy. However, the sensitivity remains till the end of the pregnancy. And the pathogenesis of embryo and fetopathy is a bit complicated, and this multi-organ impairment occurs especially in the first week of gestation. And we have to remember that phenylalanine competes with other neutral amino acids for the placental transport. It means that the other amino acids are not as easy transported via placenta from the mom to the baby as phenylalanine is transported. This is the reason why these children show the symptoms of slower fetal growth and low birth weight. They simply do not have enough nutrients for the proper development. And the very similar situation appears on the level of blood-brain barrier, where phenylalanine competes with the entry into the brain of other amino acids. And please remember that the brain has an extremely long vulnerable period from the very first weeks of pregnancy, causing high incidence of microcephaly and intellectual disability. Why microcephaly? Because if the brain is exposed to toxic influence of phenylalanine through the 9 months of pregnancy, then the head is not growing and the baby is born with microcephaly. And the effects of uncontrolled maternal PKU are the same regardless of whether the fetus has PKU or not. So the fetus genotype does not determine the outcome of maternal PKU. And of course, it is probably known by all of you, but there is a story about how many children born, if all the children born by PKU mom will have PKU or not. Well, this depends on the father's genotype. Mom is always a homozygote, and if the father is healthy, and if he is even not a carrier, asymptomatic carrier of improper gene, then all children born by this mom will be asymptomatic carrier. They will not have PKU. If the father is a asymptomatic carrier, 50% of such children coming from this couple will have PKU, while remaining 50% will be born as healthy carrier. And if the mom and future dad will meet, for example, at the PKU camp, and that will be the beginning of their relationship, then 100% of all of their children will be born with PKU. But even if these children will be born with PKU, we can detect them very early in the first days of life, and we can introduce the proper treatment for PKU. The problem is that no matter if these children are born with PKU or not, we have to create for all of them the safe environment for the prenatal development. And the influences on the fetus central nervous system is even more complicated, and the disturbances and they can cause numbers of problems, including disturbances in neurotransmitters metabolism with dopamine and serotonin deficits. It is like everything is very similar to what is going on in the brain after the delivery. But we have to remember that neurotransmitters, dopamine and serotonin are trophic factors which promote brain development, especially in the first weeks of pregnancy. So if because of high levels of phenylalanine, something is going wrong from the neurotransmitters perspective in the very first weeks of pregnancy, this can significantly impair the development of the brain in this very first weeks of pregnancy. This can cause disturbances in neurogenesis, cell proliferation and migration, and can cause numbers of anatomical problems, including corpus callosum, agenesis, or hypoplasia. In the second half of pregnancy, disturbances are mainly related to problems with neuron growth and migration, and problems with synaptogenesis and gliogenesis. So everything is related to abnormalities. If these children are exposed to high Phe levels, everything is related to abnormalities in the proper brain development, and at the end of pregnancy, disturbances are mainly related to the problems with myelination. And the brain of the baby during the prenatal life is extremely sensitive, and the sensitivity of the fetus brain to phenylalanine is always higher than of the newborn. And we know how newborns' brains are sensitive to high levels of phenylalanine. And please remember that the fetus brains are even more sensitive. So microcephaly is one of the leading problem in symptom in maternal PKU, and in untreated mothers with classical PKU, this is really quite a common symptom. So as pediatricians, as the physicians, we know that in case of newborns with microcephaly, we always have to check mothers' Phe levels to exclude the possible correlation between microcephaly and uncontrolled high Phe levels. Maybe this is a situation that mom does not know that she has PKU. And on this picture, you can see on the left child with microcephaly, and on the right child born at term with a normal head circumference. And as I mentioned before, exposure to high levels of phenylalanine, especially in the first week of gestation, can cause problems in the development of such a brain structure, which is called corpus callosum. And corpus callosum is very crucial for the connection between hemisphere. And on the right upper corner, you can see the MRI of the brain with the properly developed corpus callosum, and on the left, the hypoplasia of corpus callosum, especially the anterior part of this corpus callosum, and on the and here on the right you can see the baby whose picture I presented, and it was a baby delivered by the mom who was not with classical PKU, who was on the low phenylalanine diet only from 33rd week of gestation. And it was there is an agreement that hypoplasia of corpus callosum could be a marker for adverse brain development and maybe the predictive of intellectual outcome of these children delivered by the mom with PKU. So here you have some information about the strict correlation between the mother's Phe levels during the pregnancy and the IQ and emotional development of their children. And as you can see here, the higher Phe levels are, there is higher probability that these moms' children will achieve a lower IQ later on. Moreover, these children sometimes present significant emotional disturbances, including hyperactivity, ADHD, learning problems, speech difficulties, and memory deficits, which make the whole story even more complicated. And this is one of the very well-known graphs coming from this maternal PKU collaborative study, which shows that there is a significant correlation between the average Phe concentration during the whole pregnancy with the IQ, and up to the 360 micromole per liter. It seems that the IQ of the children is absolutely okay. Despite brain, the next extremely sensitive organ sensitive to negative influence of high phenylalanine levels during the prenatal time is heart. And congenital heart defects are quite commonly described among the children with maternal PKU syndrome. It's good to underline that the most vulnerable time for heart development are the first days of pregnancy. As you can see here, in general population, the incidence of congenital heart defects is below 1%, while in the maternal PKU syndrome, it is up to 7.5%. And it is also more common in the siblings from the same family. And the risk of congenital heart defects is extremely high if the mothers are unable to reach low levels of phenylalanine before the 10th week of gestation. And they are also particularly often in children of HPA mothers with vomiting, poor weight gain, protein B12 and folate deficiency. So the nutrition status of PKU mothers during pregnancy has a lot to do with the prevention of congenital heart defects. And we know that all types of congenital heart defects are possible in maternal PKU syndrome. So we know as a pediatrician that many of these children have been carefully monitored after the delivery, especially if the pregnancy was not perfectly controlled. So saying that, what we can do to prevent maternal PKU syndrome? Well, this is a subject of numbers of publications, including our European PKU guidelines, which were published just recently, and I know that I'm sure that many of them are familiar with these publications, and our guidelines included 70 statements, including 22 dedicated exclusively to maternal PKU. So now I will share with you some main statements which were published in these guidelines. So regarding the situation, regarding the levels and the women who need with PKU who need treatment or do not need this kind of intervention. So we concluded that women with untreated blood Phe levels below 360 micromole per liter do not require treatment to lower blood Phe before and during pregnancies. When we were preparing our guidelines at that time, there were not evidence showing the necessity, proving the necessity to go lower with the Phe levels in PKU women preparing and during their pregnancies. But what is absolutely crucial is this statement. We strongly believe that significant effort should be undertaken to avoid any unplanned pregnancies in PKU women. Timely education and effective contraceptive methods are key elements. So we really should do everything to prevent unplanned pregnancies in maternal PKU. And unplanned pregnancies are common all over the world. And please look into the title of one of the publications which was published in 2000. And the title is, "When is Careless Conception a Form of Child Abuse? Lessons from Maternal Phenylketonuria." So we really have to do everything to avoid unplanned pregnancies. And we can do this by education, and one more time education. And all teenagers with PKU should receive systematic age-related sex education, and the advice about the most effective birth control methods should be individually tailored, particularly for women with different health issues coming from different countries with some religion issues and so on. So this advices should be very individually tailored, but we should absolutely raise the awareness about the drama of unplanned pregnancies in PKU. And I just mentioned education. I strongly believe that this is absolutely crucial activity. And on the left, you can see some of our educational brochure prepared in Poland and dedicated to our Polish PKU mom. And I'm also strongly convinced that education of young professionals, students, is absolutely crucial. And this picture was taken in our department last week when I had lessons and classes with our English program students who came to Szczecin from different countries, and we had the classes about PKU, and we were visited by one of my PKU patients, Sandra, at her 24th week of gestation, and Sandra's pregnancy was perfectly planned, and everything is so far is going very nicely. And I strongly believe that these students will remember, meeting Sandra, will remember about the problems of maternal PKU. And I am quite sure that Sandra will be fantastic and happy mom of a healthy child. But we have to remember that speaking about maternal PKU, we are not talking only to the women coming from the Western European countries. Undiagnosed PKU in 21st century, however, it is hard to imagine, but it really exists. And speaking about this, I would like to refer you to the publication that was prepared by a group of us just recently about undiagnosed, and the question was if undiagnosed PKU can exist everywhere, even now, even in 21st century. And we were able to we developed the web-based survey, which was distributed among metabolic centers last year using a special questionnaire to explore the occurrence of and reason for late PKU diagnosis. And we received the answers from almost 300 participants, and in the last 5 years, more than 250 cases of late PKU diagnosis were reported during the collection of the answers from this questionnaire. And this reports came from all over the world, and they came from different continents, and many of these reports were about the patients coming from the group of refugees, coming, for example, to West European countries, from the countries where screening was not introduced yet or was introduced just recently. And many of these late diagnosed patients were individuals were women. So we always have to remember about the possibility of undiagnosed PKU, even in 21st century. So let's come back to the statements, and there is no doubt that target Phe levels should ideally be achieved pre-conception, or if the patient is already pregnant, as soon as possible. And women with unplanned pregnancy should be seen within 24 hours of notification to initiate immediate dietary treatment to attain rapid blood Phe reduction. It should be done really very fast, and initial Phe calculation is more or less the same as the Phe tolerance when the patient was below the age of 5 years. And in maternal PKU, the pregnancy of mothers with Phe, due to the risk of inadequate fetal development because of non-optimal metabolic control, should be considered as high-risk pregnancy, and it requires counseling and support of multidisciplinary team of professionals to ensure optimal metabolic control. So this is really the story which should be covered by numbers of professionals concentrating on optimal control over this future mom, just to optimize the outcome of her pregnancy. We know that the blood should be monitored at least once weekly pre-conception and at least twice weekly during the pregnancy, especially in the very first weeks of pregnancy. This extremely careful monitoring is absolutely crucial. We also know that, however, there are still some doubts about this, but generally we are not happy neither with too high nor with too low Phe levels, because there were some reports indicating that the Phe levels during the pregnancy below 120 or especially even much lower may create some risk of intrauterine growth retardation. Therefore, low blood Phe concentration below 120 for safety of these children should be avoided. And of course, what is absolutely crucial in PKU pregnancy is nutrition. And I would like to refer you to our PKU dietary handbook, which was developed mainly with the huge involvement of Professor Anita MacDonald to accompany PKU guidelines, where you may find some practical considerations and advices regarding the nutritional treatment during this very crucial 9 months of PKU women life. And we know that weight loss should be avoided in maternal PKU to avoid feed toxicity, particularly in the first trimester. Therefore, the weight should be carefully managed. And everything is because insufficient energy intake and poor weight gain can lead to elevated Phe levels. And it was proven in numbers of publications, including those dedicated to congenital heart defects, microcephaly, and decreased fetal growth and birth. So we should really keep our eye on proper energy intake and weight of these women. And when we are talking about the nutrition, we should notice that there is a new therapeutic option, glycomacropeptide, which are now used in some centers. However, I was able to find only one publication, and it was a case report about the effectiveness of glycomacropeptide and amino acid supplements in the treatment of maternal PKU. But we always have to remember that this commercially used glycomacropeptide contain around 36 milligrams of phenylalanine per 20 grams of protein equivalent. So everything is possible, but everything should be very carefully monitored and calculated. And of course, sapropterin and pregnancy, it is the long-lasting story already, and everything started already in 2003 with the very visionary paper published by Professor Fritz Trefts and Professor Nenad Blau about the possible use of BH4 and of sapropterin in the treatment of pregnancy. And on the right, you can see the picture of Dr. Koch already in 2009 in Hamburg. And if you will go deeper to this picture, which was taken by Professor Fritz Trefts, you will see that Dr. Koch was reading exactly the abstract about the use of BH4 in the treatment of pregnancies, and these were one of the first reports published at that time. And the conclusion is that if a woman fails to achieve target Phe levels with the low phenylalanine diet whilst both considering pregnancy and during pregnancy, pharmacological treatment with sapropterin dihydrochloride should be considered, and in most cases it is a kind of combination, pharmacological treatment and dietary treatment. Regarding pegvalease and pregnancy, pegvalease, very actual therapeutic options nowadays. We have to remember that during the pegvalease clinical trials, pregnancy was an exclusion criteria, and the treatment during pregnancy outside the animal population has not been studied. However, there is already one publication from this year about the continuation of pegvalease treatment during pregnancy, and this publication came from USA, and you can see here on the right the fluctuation of phenylalanine levels during the treatment with pegvalease during the pregnancy, and the healthy baby boy was delivered without cardiac, anthropometric, or other anatomic anomalies. But of course, this is too short to make a final conclusion, and for sure this baby and some other studies have to be, this baby has to be exposed to long-term follow-up, and we are waiting for some other studies if they will be, as soon as they will be published. So let's say that we came to the end of the pregnancy, and after delivery, women with PKU should receive standard obstetric care and be encouraged to return to standard adult PKU treatment to give her optimal optimal possibilities to control, to be active as the mom of the neonate. And in maternal PKU, there are no contraindications to breastfeeding infants either unaffected or affected by PKU. And at the end, I would like to underline that these mothers, they for sure deserve multi-directional support. And I would like to finish with the sentences that I found in one of the website and placed there by a dietitian from London, Charlotte Ellerton, who said the outcomes across the world for treated pregnancies in PKU are overwhelmingly positive. However, that is not to suggest in any way that it is easy. The fantastic achievements we see are due to the motivation, determination, and sheer hard work of each and every woman to protect their unborn children. And I am absolutely convinced to what Charlotte wrote, and I would like to show you the picture of another of my PKU mom who is just about to deliver the baby today, or maybe tomorrow. She is just waiting for her delivery. And this is a story which supposed to be happy, not only for this mother, but and for the father of the baby, but for the whole this baby's family, including grandparents. And again, you have some of our mom with PKU, her son, and happy grandparents, because this is supposed to be a joy to the whole family. And the smile should be present on the faces of all PKU women, because they for sure deserve for the happy motherhood. And it is absolutely possible. It is absolutely possible, but we have to remember about the risk, and we have to support these women as much as we can. And I would like to thank my PKU team, and most of all, I would like to thank my fantastic patients and thank them for allowing me to interfere with their lives and to take care about them. Thank you very much.
Maria, thank you very much indeed. That was a really excellent presentation. And apologies for my Polish, Maria. I think one day I need to take a few lessons with you. I've got many Polish families, and I love them dearly, but they absolutely despair with me about my Polish pronunciations.
You were fantastic, Anita. You were absolutely fantastic.
But Maria, of course, you are very popular here and you have many questions. I've got a list of questions, but I think it's more important that we come to the audience's questions first. And we have something like 10 minutes now remaining for questions, which is fabulous. The one question is, if a mother does not have PKU, but father has PKU, can this affect fetal development?
No, so far we don't think so. There were already several papers, and yesterday I found a quite historical paper by Dr. Richard Koch indicating that the paternal PKU does not interfere with the development of the baby. So from this point of view, fathers with PKU are on the safe side. So it should not interfere with the baby's development.
And Maria, this is an important question, and you really covered this in your presentation. But I think to summarize this would be good. So if a lady had been off diet for many years and suddenly found herself pregnant, so she wasn't used to diet in any way, what are the key steps that lady should take in terms of when she gets the news she's pregnant?
Well, first of all, immediately to contact with the metabolic team. If she was not on the diet before, probably she does not have at that moment access to low phenylalanine food or low phenylalanine diet. So she should absolutely contact to the metabolic team. And if she already has if she already has the access to low phenylalanine diet at home, she should immediately decrease the intake of phenylalanine, take the formula, and again immediately contact to metabolic team. And I would like to refer all of us again to our PKU handbook, because you included there some practical advices how it should be performed in everyday practice. So maybe you can also comment on this, Anita. So, but I am sure that contact with metabolic team is crucial at the same day.
Yeah, absolutely. I think once you made that contact, hopefully your metabolic team will take over and support you, 150% with absolutely everything, and take you step by step through what to do next. Maria, this is a question from Danielia from Germany, who's got a very interesting question. She's a dietitian, and she has got a question. If a lady during pregnancy was unable to take her protein substitute because of vomiting and sickness, how long would you leave it before you would say, look, let's take it to the next step and consider something like nasogastric feeding or even gastrostomy feeding? What would you do in reality?
Well, it won't be probably too long. So far, we, at least in my center, we were able to control the situation in few days by using different techniques. But sometimes I had to hospitalize these mothers in our clinic to put them on IV fluids, giving glucose, giving energy, because we know that energy is crucial, giving anti-vomiting treatment with ondansetron or other treatment to decrease this tendency for nausea and vomiting. And I know, and this is what I've also learned from my patients, that sometimes to freeze the formula and to make a kind of almost an ice cream, to add some strawberries and to freeze this formula may limit this tendency for nausea and vomiting. So as I advise them to really freeze the formula a little bit. But I know that if it lasts longer, it is very dangerous. Therefore, in more and more clinics, at least temporarily, nasogastric tubes are recommended. And I know from Fran Rohn from Boston that they even had a patient for whom temporary the gastrostomy had to be placed to prevent such a vomiting, which can always cause catabolism and increase levels of phenylalanine.
Yeah. And this is where, Maria, of course, this is where glycomacropeptide may come in, even though it does contain phenylalanine, because there is a better taste and smell associated with it, and even amino acid tablets, and because of less smell and taste associated with them. Now we've got a very interesting question here from Marco. I'd be curious to know exactly how phenylalanine affects the developing fetus. How does it harm the single cells or developing processes?
Well, as I was trying to explain with my slides, it depends on the organs. So that can interfere with the metabolism of the cells. And what is very interesting is that that, for example, the brain of the fetus, which is extremely sensitive, the mechanisms are a little bit similar to what is going on in the brain of the PKU child after the delivery. So phenylalanine crosses the blood-brain barrier and can disturb the proper metabolism of neurotransmitters inside of the brain of developing fetus. And this is a very complicated story, because neurotransmitters are promoting factors for the development of the brain. So if their concentrations are decreased, the brain is simply not developing. But there are still numbers of unknown aspects of this. So it's hard to say how it is on the particular cells level, but more or less it is quite complicated.
Yeah, Maria, you've got many lovely comments here, and people talking about really good outcome and what a gift their baby has been post-pregnancy. And I'm going to ask a couple of questions now, Maria, but how can we better support a mummy post-pregnancy? You know, there's a lot of attention during pregnancy in the preconception phase, but then we often find that the mums may relax the diet, return to a normal diet. We know that being a mother is a very challenging process. What can we do better to support mothers in that situation?
You know, I always believe that maternal PKU is the whole family story. So I always invite the future grandparents to our visits, to our outpatient clinic. And I'm trying to involve future grandma, future grandpa in the whole story, to let them and I ask them always to be supported, not during this 9 months of pregnancy, but also after the delivery, because the very first weeks of maternity are very maybe very stressful. And so I think that family support is crucial. This is one thing. The other thing is, my personal feelings is that these mothers should remain on the low phenylalanine diet, on the treatment after the delivery. And many of them say that they feel much better intellectually, emotionally during the pregnancy with low Phe levels. So why don't let them stay like this after the delivery, when they are exposed to the normal stress of young mothers? So I always encourage them, please do not give up with the treatment. It does not need to be as extremely strict as it was during the 9 months of pregnancy, but it should be followed anyway. And then, you know, as a professionals, we are always trying to contact with this mom and to discuss with her everyday difficulties.
And we've got another question from Deborah from Australia, and who's asked a question about whether you have a favorite protein substitute to use during pregnancy.
Well, I do not have one single favorite product. I think that that nowadays all of them are very good, and it is very individualized. And I use the product which is accepted by the mom and which gives us a good metabolic control. One mom will prefer the product A, while the other will prefer the product B, and let them choose, because they are in the difficult situation. So let them choose the one which will be tolerated.
Yeah. And that would have been exactly my answer to Maria. And the very last question, if a baby of a mummy has PKU, so a mummy with PKU, the baby has PKU, is the pregnancy more challenging to manage? Have you?
Could be a little bit, because I had no time to mention about this, but there is a fantastic story about mom carrying heterozygote fetus. So if the baby does not have PKU, this baby, especially at the end of pregnancy, can start to use his liver to metabolize mom's Phe. So many mothers with PKU, because of different reasons, because of the growing of placenta, growing of the baby, growth of the uterus, and activity of the heterozygote fetus liver, can increase their Phe daily tolerance. So it is quite possible that at the end of pregnancy, some of these mothers may consume more than 1,000 milligrams per Phe per day, having all the time good Phe levels. So everything depends on the situation. while with carrying the baby affected by PKU, the story may be not so positive from this perspective.
Maria, thank you very much. I think we've come to the end of this session. Again, a wonderful, wonderful presentation. Maria, please read many of the lovely comments that have been given today. I'm sorry if we didn't get a chance to ask your specific question. 2 quick announcements, a very quick call out to another young lady, Bernadette's daughter, who's 10th. She's 10 years old today, and she's actually couldn't have a party today because of the ESPKU meeting. So many happy returns to Bernadette's daughter. I think that's important. And secondly, which is equally important, it's time for the morning coffee break. So we have a 15-minute coffee break now, and we've got to be back. Well, in Britain it'll be 10:45, but in Europe it will be 11:45. And for our colleagues in Australia, I have no idea. But thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. After this morning break, we are together again. Thank you very much for all your kind comments I received after my presentation. It means a lot to me, so thank you very much. And now let's move to our second session, which will be very interesting. We will be talking about the latest advances in the science, about the personalized care, and also about the participation in clinical trials. So all subjects, I'm sure, very interesting for PKU patients. We are going to have 2 speakers, and our first speaker is Professor Francois Fellier. He is a pediatrician specialized in metabolic disease, working at the Reference Center for Inborn Errors of Metabolism, Children's University Hospital of Nantes, France. Professor Fellier is a professor of pediatrics since 2003 and is now the head of one of the 6 national reference centers for inborn errors of metabolism in France. He treats patients with metabolic diseases from birth to adulthood. At the national level, Francois was a member of the Human Nutrition Committee of the French Agency for the Security and Safety of Foods and is a member of the National Board of the Society for Newborn Screening. He was the president of National Board of the French Society for Inborn Errors of Metabolism and is a member of the Scientific Committee of the French Society of Pediatrics. At international level, where Professor Fellier is extremely active, he is a member of various European and international advisory boards and working groups on both phenylketonuria and other metabolic disorders. He participates to a number of scientific articles, and his main domains of research are phenylketonuria and some other inborn errors of metabolism and nutrition. Professor Fellier will share with us the latest advances in science and will tell us about the RNA therapy in PKU, which sounds very, very, very future-oriented. So, Francois, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you very much for these kind introductions. And I will share with you some data which have been recently published, and to see that PKU is an incredible story, and each time we can reach new hope, or new reality, or new hope for new treatments. So the PKU story began in 1934, and then rapidly the first patients were described, even in a very famous book of Pearl Bucks. His own daughter has PKU. And then the enzyme was discovered in 1953, and after the enzyme was discovered, the treatment was proposed with a low-FA diet, and later on the malignant PKU was described in the 70s, and it was the discovery of BH4. And then later on, the BH4 treatment was proposed to these patients who were responsive to BH4. And after BH4 was described as the cofactor of PAH, the enzyme of PKU, but also the other hydroxylase. And this was the understanding of this malignant PKU. And it was then the understanding of how BH4 was working with the protein of PAH, of this hydroxylase, and it is a very important cofactors of these proteins. And then a new parameters was described and published in 2017, which is DNA GC12, which is a chaperone protein working with the PAH and the other hydroxylase. So you see, the history of PKU has been always completed by new discovery to make more understandable the physiopathology of PKU. And now, if you have a newborn screened for hyperphenylalaninemia, you must check whether he has BH4 deficiency, whether he has PAH deficiency, or even DNA GC12 deficiency. For you who are not familiar with the genetics, I've been asked to give you some very simple idea of how is working genetics. We all have in our cells nucleus with chromosomes. Chromosomes are DNA, and this DNA is a code. And when the code is read by transcriptase, which are enzymes, then the transcription of DNA allows to synthesize RNA. The RNA is the messenger to the other part of the cells, which will be translated into proteins, and the proteins will have a biological function. The biological function of the phenylalanine hydroxylase is to transform the phenylalanine into tyrosine. This RNA has been targeted as a new treatment possibility. If you inject RNA to the patient who is deficient in the DNA gene, then you can translate this therapeutical RNA to make synthesize the protein and then to restore the biological function which is deficient by the mutation in the DNA. It has been shown in some other metabolic disorders, propionic acidemia. You see here that when you inject the RNA, you have an increase in the proteins and in the protein activity, but the duration is very short because the life of the RNA is around 1 week, and at the end of 1 week, the protein decreases again, and you're obliged to inject again and again every week the RNA. But if you do so, you can have an excellent metabolic control, at least in this propionic aciduria disease. So, the classical genetics, the DNA is transcribed into RNA in the cells. It allows the synthesis of a protein who has a biological function. The problem is that this coding DNA is only 1 to 2% of the total DNA. It means that this 2% of DNA allow to synthesize all the proteins of the body. But there is 98% of the DNA which allow the synthesis of RNA who will not have a role to translate into proteins. So what are the roles of all these RNA who are synthesized by this non-coding DNA? We call them non-coding RNA. And there is long non-coding RNA. It is long molecules of RNA which will not induce the synthesis of proteins. These RNA, small RNA, microRNA, but also long non-coding RNA can have a lot of functions, and they can have interactions with some proteins. It has been shown that this long non-coding RNA can induce epigenetic controls of expression of genes, transcription regulations. They can play roles in the DNA transcriptions, and so on. But it has never been published that this long non-coding RNA can induce a metabolic disease. There is, in last August, a publication in Science, which is the proof that a long non-coding RNA can be involved in phenylalanine metabolism. What is it? I'm sorry, there will be some slides very scientific, but I hope that you will understand what I mean. First, this team see that in the liver there was a long non-coding RNA which was very much expressed. So they wanted to know what was the role of this long non-coding RNA, which is in the mice called PAIR. Then they built a knockout mice with this CRISPR-Cas9 technology, and they take out the PAIR DNA, the DNA which corresponds to this PAIR long non-coding RNA. And what's happened? It's happened that the mice became hypopigmented. They presented seizures, very severe neurological disease. They have a smaller brain. You see pair minus minus, it means that both allele of this DNA coding for this long non-coding RNA is knocked out. And then there is a decrease in brain weight, a very severe neurological pattern, and an hypopigmentation. Well, it looks like phenylketonuria model in mice. And then they look at phenylalanine levels and the enzyme activity of the phenylalanine hydroxylase. And when there is pair minus minus, it means completely knocked down DNA for this long non-coding RNA. There is a very decrease of the enzyme activity for PKU. And then they check for phenylalanine level in blood, and there is a very high increase of phenylalanine in the blood of the mice who are knocked down for pair. Then it is like PKU. The knockout mice of pair presents a PKU phenotype. Then it is in mice, but there is an homologue. It means that ULK is the same DNA, that DNA for pair in mice, but it's same DNA in humans. It is called pair in mice, ULK in human. And then they look at the ULK DNA, and they found that it exists, obviously, and it is related to the protein. It means that this long non-coding RNA interact with the proteins and not with BH4 and not with phenylalanine directly. And then this team were able to describe the exact interaction between this long non-coding RNA and the part of the protein which is interacting with this. So first, this long non-coding RNA knockout presents a phenotype of PKU, and second, they demonstrate that this long non-coding RNA was interacting directly with the enzyme responsible for PKU when it is deficiency. They look at the tyrosine hydroxylase, which is another hydroxylase really similar to the phenylalanine hydroxylase, which has the same cofactor, BH4, and the same chaperone, DNA GC12, and they saw that this protein was less expressed in the brain of the mice, which are pair minus minus. Then it is possible, but not proven yet, that in fact this long coding RNA can interact with the 3 hydroxylase and not only with the phenylalanine hydroxylase. And this could be related to the very severe neurologic phenotype of the mice who express the knockout pair. Then, that is really interesting, they built the normal long non-coding RNA as a drug. They were able to construct it and to inject this normal pair plus plus to a mice which is pair minus minus. So they use the normal long non-coding RNA as a drug in a mouse which is deficient in the normal. And what they see, when there is the deficiency, you see that, for example, and we will stress the R408W mutations, very high phenylalanine in blue and very low tyrosine in red. When they inject the mimic, the drug, the normal long non-coding RNA, what's happened? They decrease sharply the phenylalanine levels while the tyrosine increase sharply. The mimic restore the enzyme activity in these particular in mice with these particular mutations. And you see it works in some mutations, but in some other it do not work. The mild mutation which is responsible for BH4 do not work with these RNA mimics. But some mutations who are very severe, it is known as very severe and with absolutely no response to BH4, but the patient with the R408W mutations could respond to this kind of new treatment. And it is obvious that these mutations respond to mimics while some others do not respond. Here you have a lot of mutations which has been studied and published in the paper. So, when you give to a mice which have been constructed as homozygous for the R408W mutations, when you give the mimic, you can restore the enzyme activity, and you can, while it doesn't work at all in the Y414C mutation. So you see there is a restoration here, there is no modification here. When you look at the frequency of this particular mutation in Eastern European country, it is fascinating to see that in Latvia it's more than 75% of the mutation described in PKU patients. In Lithuania, Poland, Russia, I mean, it is more than 50% in these countries. In France, it is less than 5%. But in this country, this mutation is very, very frequent. Then, could it be the future drugs of the Eastern European PKU patient? This is an excellent question. When you inject to a mouse who is homozygous for these R408W mutations, you see that on the long term, not in the long term, in the short term, you can decrease the Phe levels very, very significantly while you increase the tyrosine levels. It makes working again these enzymes when it has these particular mutations. So, if this discovery if I can conclude, this new discovery opened a new field of treatment in PKU patients. We had the diet, we had the BH4, we had ADD, the neurotransmitters when there is BH4 deficiency, but now there is some hope about this new RNA treatment in the patients who exhibit the mutation who can respond to these RNA injections. At the beginning of October, in New England Journal of Medicine, there was a paper about obesity And I love these conclusions. Monogenic diseases are clinically more variable than their classic description suggests. It is obviously true for PKU. Are we at the end of the discovery or not? But what it is fantastic that each discovery can help the patients and give you new hope of new treatment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Francois. Well, this was absolutely fascinating, and I hope that everyone can appreciate what science means for the patients with PKU, and as you mentioned, especially those affected by the most severe mutation in phenylalanine hydroxylase, and I am looking forward to our discussion. Thank you very much. This was fantastic. And now let's move to our second speaker, and it will be Professor Francjan van Spronson, who graduated from the University of Groningen and is leading the Division of Inherited Metabolic Disease as professor in pediatrics at the Beatrix Children's Hospital, University Medical Center of Groningen. He currently treats patients with metabolic diseases from birth into adulthood. As we all know, Professor van Spronson is the next very active person, professional in the field of PKU, and is also, like our first speaker, the author of numbers of highly ranked publications on inborn errors of metabolism, including phenylketonuria. He is also the chair of the Scientific Advisory Committee of the ESPKU and leader of our European PKU guidelines. And Francjan will share with us today his thoughts about the development of treatment for PKU, starting from dietary treatment to personalized care with new therapeutic options. So again, we will be talking about something new for our patients, and he will also include a very important subject for a PKU community, which is choosing to participate in a clinical trial. And I think that this is absolutely important part. So Francjan, please take the floor.
Thank you, Maria, for your introduction of me. And I'm happy to talk about the personalized care with new treatments. And I'm also trying to discuss participation in clinical trials, but we also move that to the discussion afterwards. So, so there are my disclosures. And I would like to start with the history of PKU, which shows that there are many developments starting in 1934 and now almost an era again with all kinds of new treatments. What we also know, especially in the past few years, is that PKU is not a problem of only childhood. It's also a problem of adolescents, adults, and we don't know much about the elderly period. But the important thing is that we now all agree that adult PKU patients may have their problems. I'll come back to that later on. Then it's important to recognize and acknowledge that development of new treatments is not a game of yesterday or today, but it's for ages. Let me acknowledge that in 1980 it was already called out that the PAL, phenylalanine ammonia lyase, could have a role in its treatment of PKU. And it only was in 2017, so years behind, that it could be granted access to the market. And we don't know what will happen in the near future. So where we know that dietary treatment is available, we know that there are some drugs available, but we know more that there are other treatments coming. But if we compare those treatments, dietary treatment compared to the other ones, the only thing we know is that dietary treatment was an excellent thing to have, and it still is. It still is the corner of the treatment of PKU patients, but it's socially not that easy. And there are some issues which we think is related to the dietary treatment in itself. But on the other hand, We know from sapropterin, Kuvan, pegvaliase, Palynziq, that at least it's very expensive, and whether it's not always that clear whether it really improves the outcome. We think it does, for it indeed decreases the Phe concentration. It gives the possibility of increasing the Phe intake, but long-term we'll have to show whether the neurocognitive, this neurosocial, the quality of life really improves. And what happens when there are other treatments? And these treatments, especially pegvaliase, Palynziq, but also other treatments, will be only available in adults for a certain period of time. So these were the other treatments shown in some years ago in Izmir. And the question, of course, is what has changed? And I would like to pose one question to you. If you would have the possibility to choose between your treatments, what would your treatment of choice be? Would you stay on dietary treatment? Would you want to be on Kuvan, knowing that with this chaperone not everyone can be treated, but only usually the milder PKU forms? Palynziq, which is able to treat every PKU patient, almost every PKU patient, so not only the milder ones, but it needs some subcutaneous injections, and it has some side effects, especially in the first months you use it. Do you want to go for gene therapy or gene editing? There is a lot of difference between those, but take it as a container wording. mRNA or RNA-based therapy, as Professor Francois just told us. PAL for oral use, so Palynziq in a way, but then for oral use. Microbe use or small molecule therapy. What would your idea be? Maybe the chair of this, Maria, you could see whether there are answers coming or there are comments coming.
Oh, I cannot. I noticed that some people answer on the chat. I don't know if we have the option to show the answers, so maybe people can answer on the chat, because I don't see anything. So you know, Francjan, maybe this will come in the discussion. So
Great.
let's move on. Yeah, people are answering in the format of chat. So some of them said probiotics, some of them said D, E. So mRNA therapy, ideally D, but it feels we don't have yet the right level of evidence. This is one of the answer.
Oh,
Yes.
I'm very happy with all those answers, for I don't think we are now knowing which one is the best. And maybe we will not know the best. But let's have a look in more detail on all these available. What has happened since then? Well, the most important thing maybe is that the red blood cell therapy given by Rubius, the developmentals on their shoulders, has stopped. They said at some moment that they stopped their development. It's not completely clear because of which, but they stopped their development. We asked the industries at these slides, and also some others we could have knowledge of, whether they would be able to present some data for this presentation. And really some acknowledged some data, and some others said they were busy with other issues and other developments, and some other said We are very busy with COVID, etc., etc. Let's go on. There's always the possibility that other industries always have shared some developments, for they are companies with a financial market, and they have to give their ideas and their developments to the financial public. So let's start with Sensa. Well, now it's called PTC Therapeutics. It was already known that they use a small molecule, precursor of BH4, and that increases available BH4 in liver cells and stabilizes against thermal degradation of the PAH enzyme. And they gave notice that they have hope to develop more, and that they are active, really active in clinical trials, phase 1A and 1B, and that they feel they make a lot of progress. Good show. Nestlé, it's the PAL, but in an oral form, as it was destinated when it started in 1980, but having a lot of problems to get it done orally, because the stomach doesn't let it pass in a way. But they have developed a method to get it passed through the stomach and are now going for phase 1B. So the product seems safe. They have the idea that it works, and they're hoping for getting the Phe concentration down by 75% after some time of using. Maybe a little bit in comparison with the Palynziq story, where you don't feel the first month a real success or result of your treatment. Let's then go for homology. And homology, you know, has two kinds of treatment in their pocket. The one is gene editing, and the other one is gene therapy. And they have found a way of gene editing which might be even better than the CRISPR technology, because it does not use nuclease as a part of the treatment, and that way it would not give undesired variants in DNA, which can be the case in CRISPR treatment. And they think they can really integrate functional PAH gene into the genome using natural DNA repair processes, and that way they have it in a lively way developing with a growing liver. So where with gene therapy you give a certain amount of a gene and you give activity, normal activity, to some liver cells, which is enough at that time, but may decrease with age and is not enough for a child which grows with the liver. They think they can do it also in children, but they have done a lot of work in the animals, and now are going to phase 1 with their gene editing. So no patient data yet. If we move to gene therapy, there are some 10 industries working on it. BioMarin have given some details, and Homology have given some details. The others said they are working on it, but could not give that much data. Be aware, a general remark on gene therapy in all kinds of diseases, so not only PKU, but also in other diseases as hemophilia, OTC, etc., that in September 2021, the FDA organized a meeting specifically on the bad size of gene therapy, as it was expected by some studies that there indeed is a risk of liver cancer many years later, probably based on the use of the vector which brings in the gene change in the cell. And it seems that most of the patients have at least some kind of activating the liver. So not only the gene is changed, but changing something in the liver gives some arousal of the liver and some increased enzymes in the liver, which is seen as a liver disease. Might be very mild. We don't know the future for years later. So BioMarin stated they are in phase 1, having been infused in 4 patients, no adverse events seen in those patients, but in animals, in the mice, at the highest dose, much higher than in patients, they saw some development in later studies, so in long-term studies, some hepatoma, so liver cancer, and that's why they stopped the clinical trial and first went back to the mice studies. Homology says we are active in a combined phase 1 and phase 2 trial, and so far it seems to work and it seems safe. Synologic has put an oral drug, which is a microtherapy, and it was given before in Izmir already, that it works in 2 ways. It helps 2 enzymes, or it gives rise to 2 enzymes in the gut system, which can convert phenolin. So in that way, it would be more active than PAL given alone, as either Panasic maybe, but probably not, for that is systemic way of treating, but maybe more active in the gut system than when you use it as one in the studies I just said before. It gives the conversion of phenolin in a way with PAL, and it gives another enzyme which gives the conversion of phenolin to phenolin pyruvate. In the old days, there might be some discussion whether phenolin pyruvate has some toxicity, but later studies showed that probably it's not the case. And they think they can decrease the phenolin up to 30 to 40%, and indeed they have proven that already in phase 1 and phase 2. And they expect to go shortly to phase 3. Moderna, MRA treatment, reports to be very busy with COVID-19, and we all know they are very busy with it, so they are excused not to have PKU on their eye at this moment. And as Professor Francais also told us, there are other ideas about using RNA, but then especially in a non-coding RNA, and he was very modest, not saying that he collaborated to that paper in Science, which is a very, very nice paper. Then the last treatment which has been proposed, that's a small molecule therapy. And first of all, we have to acknowledge that the PTC, which was in this slide series given as a BH4, a chaperone treatment, is in real life, it's a small molecule treatment. So I just called it again in this position. But the other one, not named at the previous slide we showed at Izmir, is the Mipsilus from Denmark. They were already at the Izmir presentations, for they were there with some ideas how it should work, but they have developed a small molecule which can be given orally with the meal, just before your meal, and it binds to phenolin. The system they use would make sense to more than only PKU, for that system could also be developed to work for another amino acid or another substance. So it could, if it works for PKU, it probably works for more than one disease. It binds to phenolin in the gut, and that way, when you have a larger meal with more phenolin in it, natural protein intake, you have to take more large drug of that product, and when you take a smaller amount of natural protein, you can take a smaller dose of the drug. Seems very easy. They are active in phase 1, phase 2, and we are very looking forward to their results. So this way we have seen that there are still a lot of industries, and even more than some years ago, working on it. But developments really go slow and need time. So again, the question then is, would that change your mind? Would you now think, I don't go for Palynziq anymore, I go for RNA treatment, or I go for Palynziq, for that's here, we can use it. If the country and the insurance company allow it, for it's expensive. And for example, in the Netherlands, it could be used if the insurance companies would allow us. And at this moment, they together, by government provision, say we cannot get it described by you as a physician. So there are some barriers which are not theory, but they are money-wise. What do you think? And Maria, probably you see in the chat again.
Yes, again, we have numbers of answers on the chat, and we will come to this on the discussion. Yeah.
Great. Then I move to the last slide, which only gives my team, and I thank you for your presentation, for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Francjan, and thank you very much, Francois. And we have numbers of questions, and I suppose, Francjan, we are going to touch this clinical trials in the discussion as well.
Great.
Yeah. Okay. So, Francois, you really demonstrated how science, the most advanced science, can contribute into the future of our patients, and that new therapeutic methods are on the horizon. And I was fascinated by your presentation because it brings the hope to those of our patients who are affected by the most severe forms of phenylalanine hydroxylase mutation, therefore having zero activity of phenylalanine hydroxylase. These are really the patients with the most severe classical form of PKU, and these are patients who consist a majority of patients in Eastern European countries. Most of my patients are those with classical PKU, and in fact they are carriers of R408W mutation. So it's amazing. What do you think when it will be, when patients are asking on the chat, when this method you think will be available? Can you give us any perspective?
No, I cannot, because this is done by the youth team who is working on these mimics. And this is the first demonstration that it works. It works in mice with the homozygous mutations. They built the model, and it has never been tried, to my knowledge, in humans. But in fact, it is extremely interesting because people do not understand why this mutation was so severe, because it is not involved in the catalytic place of the proteins. And now we can explain why, because it was the interaction with this non-coding RNA who was absolutely indispensable for the working of the PAH. When you see, when it is just this non-coding RNA deficient, the PAH is severely impaired. So at least we understand why this mutation was so severe. At least there is possibility to have some RNA treatment. We know that in other metabolic disorders, the story of RNA treatment is a long road, like all the treatment, and Francjan explained us that for gene therapy, for this oral enzyme therapy and so on. It is a long way, but the hope is open, I really think, and this hope is open for this mutation, but perhaps for other mutations who will also respond to the mimics, like for BH4, there is some responsive mutation to BH4 and non-responsive mutation to BH4. So I don't know when. I mean, science is a long way. From going from science to patient care is a long way, but at least the road is open.
Thank you very much for your answer. And I notice, as we have participants from different countries today with us, I noticed that for some of our patients, for some of our participants, probably the access to the molecular studies may be a challenge. So they ask, how do we determine exactly which gene has been mutated? So probably, how do you look at the gene molecular studies in PKU? Should it be obligatory to all the patients, or probably, or at least in the view of the future treatment? What is your opinion on this?
I can tell you what we are doing in my center. In my center, we built some gene panel for every patient screened for hyperphenylalaninemia, and we had this ULK DNA in the panel now, because we have the PAH gene, we have the BH4 synthesis or recycling DHPR gene, we have the DNA GC12 involved in this panel, and we had this ULK gene as well. Because to understand I would say, the precise phenotype of each patient, I think we will need, and perhaps we will need some other gene involved, like amino acid transporter and so on. We need this polygenome to understand the phenotype of each single patient with PKU. The monogenic explanation of this metabolic disorder really is dead. And then we need to have all these parameters, and most probably there is also epigenetic regulation of these proteins, and there is also obviously the diet, the protein content of the diet, the ability to transport the amino acid to modify the phenotype, because we know that some patients with high Phe level do not suffer so much of the Phe level. So it is extremely interesting to see that PKU is not anymore, but for long, a monogenic disease. It is a multigenic disease, and most probably all metabolic disorders are multigenic disease.
Thank you, Francois.
May I add to that?
Yeah.
There was a very interesting presentation by Ida Schwartz from Brazil, and she said that she didn't use anymore in a positive screening patient who comes in her hospital any other method than DNA to see whether the patient had just pH deficiency or DNA GC12 and etc. And the reason for that is that the other methods were maybe even more expensive and really hard to organize. So DNA diagnostics, which is always seen as very expensive, becomes much less expensive, can be used in any system around the world, and really it's not only helpful, it's necessary. But from a DNA you cannot say, I have that combination of mutations, and now I know how severe my pH deficiency is. That is still a little bit difficult.
Okay, thank you very much. And now I will move to Francjan presentation. Francjan, I hope you can see on the right side of your screen how chat is busy after your slides. So people are really involved in the discussion, and you ask about the treatment options and the preferences of patients. And as you can see, almost all options were indicated, but patients underline two things. First of all, that they are a little bit concerned about the side effects of this new therapeutic option, which is absolutely fully understandable. And then they also raise the problems regarding the reimbursement. So, you know, even in many countries, if people, even if people are interested in new therapeutic options, lack of reimbursement may significantly limit any possibilities. And to Agata Rauch, ask the question, just to summarize all this discussion. As experts, what of these options do you believe is the most promising? What would be your answer, Francjan? Which option is the most promising?
I'm not sure we can answer it. Of course, gene therapies, and I include then gene editing, and I include RNA therapies, which are different, have a very important role in the development and may be the golden ball. But on the other hand, some simple way of PAL or microbe or the small molecules may also have a very, very large implication for the treatment. So it could very well be that it will depend on either your mutation, financial reasons in your country, which ones will be used. And maybe we will end up with a combination of treatments as we have now in the proven responsive treatments, in which not all patients, at least most of the patients, not only can be treated by Kuvan, but still use a dietary treatment. So maybe we need a combination of treatments in the near future. And I come to the comment I see from Nena Blau, Professor Nena Blau from Zurich, who says that development of the RNA treatments to a drug usually takes 10 years. We know that sometimes there are hurdles around the way which well, prevent such speedy development to the market.
Okay, thank you very much. There is also a question about the liver transplantation. What is your opinion?
In the history, there is one published patient with PKU who has been transplanted, and I would not hope that we need that treatment. That was done because a completely different reason, but the patient also had PKU, and because the patient has all been transplanted, his PKU went away. But with PKU, with transplantation, liver transplantation, you transplant a full organ for only one small defect, and it seems an overkill with the treatments we now have available. And liver transplantation, we use it very often in our clinic for other metabolic diseases, but I think it would be overkill for PKU, and I hope we don't need it.
I agree with you. And we have an interesting question from Tobias Hagedorn. Will experiences with mass vaccination with mRNA-based vaccine help with the development of RNA, mRNA treatment options for metabolic disorder, Francois?
I think it was the opposite. They work on mRNA for many metabolics, and then they go to the vaccine, because the first works on mRNA was much before the COVID story. So the science for metabolic disorders, I think, help a lot for the pandemic of COVID-19, which happened a couple of years ago.
Okay, thank you very much. And there were...
It's just a remark that science, sometimes there is a lot of fundamental science and we do not see how it will serve people. And then we discover years and years after that, in fact, this knowledge can be applied to a cure or treatment. So fundamental science is an obligatory way to go to patients and patients' care.
Yeah, and looking also into some other comments, I have noticed that many people are disappointed really because of this reimbursement issues, because many new therapeutic options, for example, pharmacological therapy with sapropterin, is available since so many years already, and there are still countries where only the dietary treatment, which is a still golden therapy for most of our patients, is available, and people have no chances and have no access to other treatment options. So reading these comments, we can see that we probably also, as ESPKU and other organizations, to collect our efforts to make the access to all available treatment methods possible for all our PKU patients. Would you like to comment on this?
Yeah, sure. It's a realistic comment. At the same time, governments, insurance companies cannot afford to pay every treatment in every patient around the world when it's very expensive. And we have to see with each other, combining the efforts of patients, professionals, and industry to see to ways to get that price of developed drugs lower. And probably that's possible, but it takes time to have that way of thinking about it. And then probably it becomes more in more countries. But it's a hurdle. It's a war, a game to get it done.
If I can just add, BH4 is a 10-year story now in the clinical practice, so it can go to generic industry. I think that the price should go down because of the generic industry can build the product. How much it will go down, I don't know, but it is the story of drugs. It is so expensive to develop a drug, and the price of development is so expensive because of the industry, but also because of the regulations concerned, which are extremely important. So there is 10 years for the high price, and then it goes in the public industrial system, and generic, I really hope that the price will go down, and then that more and more patients will have access to a drug but 10 years after the first market.
Yeah, in summary, I just would like to raise the attention to the fact that even a newborn screening is not covered in all countries. And we have to realize that in one country, we are looking to such extremely advanced science involved in the treatment of PKU, while every day numbers of children with PKU are born. They will be never treated because they will be never detected, especially the newborns and young children. So we should really combine our efforts to help to all children and all patients with PKU all over the world. And with saying this, I would like to thank you all of you, both of you, cordially. It was a great session, fantastic presentations, and all of us can look to the chat and can notice how people were happy with your presentation. Thank you very much. And now I invite all of you to the lunch break, and please be here in 1 hour, so 1:45 we will be ready for the next session. Thank you very much, Francjan and Francois. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maria.
Thank you for being with us again. And this morning we had fruitful discussions about future, but we still seem to not understand the most important outcome issue of PQ. It's the brain. What about white matter and gray matter? Gray matter still even is less understood. And there's one on the world who knows more about the gray matter of PQ, having done studies with MRI and other techniques, imaging techniques, and comparing them with neurocognitive function tests. And that's Shawn Christ. Shawn Christ is an associate professor of the Department of Psychology of the Missouri University in USA, and we are very happy that he has increased his knowledge and given us his knowledge about PKU and the brain. Therefore, we are very happy that he is presenting his video presentation, and after that, we were happy to see him live in our world online. So the floor is to the video of Shawn Christ.
Hi, I am Shawn Christ, and I'm excited to be here today to share with you some of the most recent research by my laboratory and others looking at PKU in the brain. Just a quick disclosure, I have worked as a consultant in the past for BioMarin and also Synologic Therapeutics. And BioMarin has funded some of the past research that we've conducted in our lab on PKU. So with that said, we can go ahead and start. The brain is a complex organ. It's fascinating. There's many ways with that complexity to conceptualize it, to break it apart, to think about it. But one of the most basic distinctions we can make is between what we call gray matter and what we call white matter. And just to kind of orient you really quickly, here's a picture of the brain. This is what we call an axial slice. So it's a slice, if you can see this yellow line, kind of through the head. In this picture, the front of the brain is up here and the back of the brain is back here, or down here. So gray matter at the level of the cortex is mostly on the surface of the brain. And we'll talk again a little bit later in this conversation about some gray matter that's located here in the middle, but the majority of it is here on the surface of the brain. So we call that cortical gray matter. And we can think about this tissue as kind of the tissue where the data crunching occurs. So this is where we process information. That can be, gray matter can be contrasted with what we call white matter. And white matter is located more centrally. So you can see it here in blue. So you can see how it's more towards the middle of the brain. And white matter represents these insulated wires or fibers or connections that allow the transfer of information from one brain region to another. In terms of PKU, the vast majority of research that's been done on the brain and the focus of the effects of PKU and elevated Phe on the brain has really been on white matter. And this is reasonable. If we look at the literature, what we find is the most robust finding in the literature in terms of the brain and PKU is abnormalities of white matter. So problems with the white matter. Now, as I mentioned, this white matter represents a complex network of connections. Recent research in our lab, what we're trying to do is working to disentangle this and systematically examine individual white matter tracks. So these bundles of white matter tracks that connect one brain region to another, we want to systematically examine these and how they may be affected with elevated Phe. So just to kind of show you an example of some of this work, this is from a study we just published this year. Haley Clarkson, who's a member of our lab, kind of took lead on this. And so here again is just an example of some of this work. And here's one of these fiber tracks that I kind of mentioned. This one's called the left superior longitudinal fasciculus. And this white matter track is very important in communicating information from the prefrontal cortex to the parietal cortexes, which is more in the back of the brain. And what we can do with this new method that we've been applying is actually look at the integrity or the health of this white matter tract all the way across its whole spatial extent. And so you can see that here on the right of the screen. If we look at this graph, on the x-axis, we have location. So anterior to posterior, kind of think of that front to back. On the y-axis, we have a measure of white matter integrity. This is actually, for those scientists in the audience, this is mean diffusivity, which is a measure of microstructural integrity of these white matter. But for most of us, we can just kind of think of this as how healthy the white matter tract is. Higher is better. And so here's some data from a group of individuals without PKU. Now, if we superimpose data from a group of individuals with PKU, here's what we see. And so now the PKU group is represented by this kind of gold yellow line. What we see is that there's lower integrity, and the difference in the group is more pronounced in the posterior brain than the anterior brain. This is consistent with what we know from the existing literature, is that when we see these white matter disruptions, they tend to start and be more pronounced in the posterior parts of the brain, and with increased severity extend to the front of the brain. Now we can also look at this and take our PKU group and break that down into individuals who have a history of high phenylalanine levels, so high Phe levels, and those that have low Phe levels. And here's what we see. Again, kind of orienting you to this graph, the black line again is the non-PKU group. The gold line in this case is individuals with PKU, but that have relatively low Phe levels. And what we see is we see some disruption in white matter integrity here in the posterior parts of the tract, but the anterior parts of the tract are actually very healthy, right? So that's contrasted with what we see if we look at a group of individuals with PKU that have high Phe levels, and that's represented by this gray line here. And what we see here is, again, it's more pronounced in the posterior brain, but across the whole tract, so front to back, we see that there's disruption in the white matter integrity with that high phenylalanine level, suggesting that really what's driving this, a lot of this effects on the white matter, is the high phenylalanine. Okay, so the good news is that we can see improvements in these white matter tracts with treatment. And so to kind of illustrate this, here's some more data. Again, the black line is our group without PKU. The gray line is the integrity of the white matter for a group of individuals before they start treatment. And you can see, again, we're seeing a disruption that's lower than the non-PKU group. Well, after 6 months of treatment to lower phenylalanine levels, what we see is this gold line. So this gray line is moving up to the gold line. So we're seeing improvements. Now, they're not back. The white matter integrity is not equal at this point in this study to the non-PKU group. In some ways, that's not surprising. What we have is folks that have had high Phe levels probably for most of their lives, right? And so after just 6 months of treatment, you wouldn't expect the white matter to be back to typical, but it is showing improvement. So what's interesting and what we want to follow up on is, if you see that treatment lasts longer, low Phe levels last longer as an adult, can we get the integrity and the health of these white matter pathways back closer to what you'd expect in somebody without PKU? So that's some future research. So this is just kind of a taste, if you will, or a little bit of a tidbit of some of the research that we're doing in our lab and other labs looking at white matter in the brain. So kind of turning our attention, I mentioned that there's gray matter and white matter. So what about the gray matter? Well, it turns out that historically, there's not been a whole lot of research on gray matter in PKU. That is changing, both with research from our labs, but also other labs across the world, as we've started to look at gray matter in PKU to see if there's something there that's of interest that we should be studying and looking at. So within that context, there is mounting evidence that gray matter is also affected in PKU. For example, we published a paper a handful of years ago looking at cortical gray matter. So again, if we remember back to that picture of the brain I showed you with the red outline, that's the cortical gray matter, that gray matter that's on the surface of the brain. And when we looked at that, what we found that the gray matter was significantly thinner, so thinner, in a specific part of the brain called the parietal cortex, which is located here kind of in yellow, shown here in yellow, and it's kind of more towards the posterior part of the brain. And it's back there in the back part of the brain where we tend to see more of these white matter abnormalities that we just talked about. So here's some evidence of PKU, or specifically elevated Phe levels associated with PKU, affecting gray matter. Now, the most recent work in our lab has actually focused and is focusing on what we call subcortical gray matter. So these are gray matter structures that are located more centrally in the brain. And two of these regions that we've been studying include what we call the basal ganglia, which is shown here in green, and the cerebellum, or it's also called the little brain, which is shown here in red. The basal ganglia, as you can see, is located more centrally in the brain. It plays an important role in things like motor control and learning, also some higher order abilities like inhibition. The cerebellum is located at the base of the brain, kind of right just posterior to the brainstem. And it again also plays an important role in motor control and learning, as well as things like executive function, language to some degree. And so again, we've started studying these subcortical structures that have a commonality of being involved in motor control and learning. Now, when I say motor learning, what I'm referring to is this process that leads to the acquisition of motor skills. And that's done chiefly through repetition and practice. The best example of this is learning to ride a bike. So when we first start to learn to ride a bike, we're thinking about so many different things. The handlebars, holding those straight, maintaining our balance, moving our legs. But with practice, that becomes automatized, right? We stop having to pay conscious attention to it. Well, the brain regions that are involved in this type of learning, this motor learning, are things such as the cerebellum and the basal ganglia that we're talking about. So if we look at these structures in PKU, and we have over the past few years, here's what we've been finding. In terms of cerebellum, we just published a paper last year looking at the volume of the cerebellum. So we're looking at the size of it. And what we found, curious enough, was no difference in terms of the white matter component of the cerebellum in the size of it. But we did find a significant decrease in the amount of gray matter in the cerebellum in a group of patients with PKU versus those without PKU. So we're seeing a significant decrease in cerebellar volume in gray matter in the cerebellum. Now, in terms of the basal ganglia, we also looked at that in another study. And in this term, the basal ganglia is kind of a collection of other structures. And the three of these main structures are what we call the nucleus accumbens, the putamen, and the caudate. And what we found here is significant differences between our PKU group and our non-PKU group in the putamen. And in this case, the individuals with PKU had significantly larger putamen than the group without PKU. Now, initially you might say, like, that's great, they're bigger. Well, when it comes to the brain, it's the case that too small is not good and too big is not good. So you have to have kind of that right size. So again, too big or too small, either way, if it varies, is not necessarily a good thing. So again, in this case, we found that the putamen was significantly larger in the PKU group than the non-PKU group. Now this, admittedly, this study that we did was a relatively small sample. I think there was like 10 to 13 people in it, not very big. And so currently what we're doing, and we're in the midst of writing this up, is we're replicating and kind of trying to redo this study with a much larger sample of 35 to 40 individuals with PKU. And what we're finding is very consistent with what we found in the earlier study. In this case, if we look at the size of that putamen, we see a significant correlation with Phe levels. And so to kind of orient you here to this graph, on the x-axis, we have Phe levels in our group of patients with PKU. On the y-axis, we have, it says percent whole brain volume, but this should say putamen volume. So you can think of this as, you know, bigger is a bigger putamen value. And we see a significant correlation such that that enlargement of the basal ganglia we were just talking about is more pronounced when you have higher Phe levels. So higher Phe levels are associated with more atypical basal ganglia volume. So the higher Phe levels that we're running, the more affected this part of the brain is. So that's the brain data, but what about actually behavior? What do we see when we look at motor learning? Well, it turns out there's not been a whole lot of studies done on motor learning. And so recently we turned our attention to that. And as kind of a starting point, we wanted to look at a very simple, basic type of movement, which we call rapid aim limb movement. It's simply moving the hand as quickly as it can from the right to the left. And kind of, again, kind of show you behind the scenes on how we do this and how we would study this. We took participants with PKU and without PKU, and they were seated in front of a computer screen. And we mounted a motion tracking device to a glove and had them wear that glove on their right hand. And so they would move their hand from left to right underneath a computer screen. And as they move their hand left to right under that computer screen, it would make a cursor on the computer screen move right to left. So you'd see a cursor on the screen that would kind of move with their hand left to right. And also on that display, they would see a small marker on the right side of the display and one on the left. And so their job was to position their hand on the right side, kind of make that cursor line up with that start point, which was that kind of, in this case, a red circle in this picture. And once they were there, they would hear a go signal. So there's basically a beep, and that red object would turn green, and they had to move their hand as quickly as they could to the left and align that cursor with the target on the left side. Right? And we had them do that over and over again. And we could see, how quickly were they able to do it, how accurately. And so again, that's my verbal description of it, but maybe also I can show you here what it looks like. So again, what you're seeing here is the display. You can see the cursor right here. Here's that kind of start point. Here's the end point, and you kind of watch the video. See, so that person, you have a person under the table moving their hand. So they're moving the hand now to the right, aligning it with that red dot. They hear the beep. They move their hand as quickly as they can to the left. And so here in a second, you'll see also kind of span out. You can see how they're moving their hand. So importantly, the only visual feedback that they're getting on this task is that cursor on the screen. They can't see their hand. And so we'd have them do this over and over again. And as you'd expect, is that with practice, the amount of time it would take them to respond goes down. And we call that a learning slope, so that, with practice, you get quicker. It's also the case that a steeper learning slope is better, right? So if I have a steeper learning slope, a more negative learning slope, that means I'm getting better quicker. And so with that context, if we look at the data from our study, again, to kind of orient you to this graph, is on the x-axis, we've got phi levels, okay? I think this may be phi levels in the last year, and our learning slope. And so again, we said more steep slopes are better. So the more negative the number here, actually that's a good thing in this case. And what we see is that lower phi levels are associated with a steeper learning slope, right? Meaning that they're learning this task quicker. They're getting better at this task quicker. Higher phi levels are associated with a more flat slope. So they're benefiting from the practice, but just not as quickly as those individuals with high phi levels, or with low phi levels, sorry. So again, lower phi levels are associated with better motor learning. So just to kind of summarize some of the work, especially the gray matter work that we're doing in our lab recently, is that what it seems to be the case is that motor learning and related brain structures, the cerebellum and the basal ganglia, may be affected in individuals with elevated phi levels. So why do we care? Well, we've already talked about having disruptions in motor control and learning. If we pair that with other abilities that can be affected by elevated phenylalanine, things such as executive function, which is that kind of higher order abilities, strategy use, working memory, and inhibition, right? So we also can see impairments in executive function in individuals with high phi levels. Attention, right? So the ability to focus and pay attention to things, and also processing speed. So how quickly we're able to process information is very dependent on phi levels. So as phi levels go up, processing speed goes down. And so we put that together with motor learning and control. That's very important for many things we do in day-to-day life, including things like learning how to drive or driving. And so when we see elevated phenylalanine levels and we associate those with problems with things like motor control and learning, executive function, attention, we start to worry about how they may affect things like driving and other abilities in day-to-day activities. So that's what I have for you today. Thank you for taking the time to be a part of this presentation. Quick thank you also to my incredible group of lab members and our research team that is responsible for all this work. And special kudos to Emily Abeen, Haley Clarkson, and Alex Brown, and all of our team members that have helped specifically with this project. And those organizations like NPKUA and BioMarin that have funded our research in the past. So if you have questions, of course, we're going to chat here shortly, but also feel free to email me in the future. Here's my email address. Thank you again.
Thank you so much for your very clear presentation, Shawn. Happy to see you around. It's a little bit early in your country still, but we are happy to have you here. There is
Great to be here.
Question on the chat, and Shana Cole asks, I'm 60 years, should I have an MRI?
I would say that unless the person is symptomatic, so that they're experiencing some neurological symptoms or cognitive problems, the best thing you can do is keep those Phe levels relatively low. And, that's really going to speak to the health of the brain.
Great answer. Thank you. So we had a discussion Friday for the professional meeting about adult treatment. Should we treat or not, more or less? And there are always people, professionals, saying adult PKU patients are just normal. They are great. They're healthy. They are happy. So why should we treat? Now, having your data, what do you think?
I think that what we often see is that when adults that have higher Phe levels, they say that they feel fine or that they feel good. But when they lower those Phe levels quite a bit, what you see is they don't realize how unhappy they were or how much anxiety or cognitive difficulties they were having. They just don't, they're not necessarily aware of how good it could be. And that's just our experience in some of our data.
But is that their history Phe levels, or is that their Phe levels at that time?
That is a great question. Some of our more recent data speaks to the importance of the adult levels. So that motor learning data that I showed a moment ago, the strongest correlations with performance on that task were with adult levels in recent levels. So recent levels do matter. Childhood matters as well, but there is data to support the idea that when you're an adult, your Phe levels matter.
Okay. Anita McDonald is asking you the gold ball question. What should be the target Phe level in adulthood?
I will leave that question to people that are much more knowledgeable, such as yourself. What I can say on our data is that we see almost a linear relationship. So lower Phe levels means healthier brain, across the board. But again, what should be acceptable? I'll leave it to more intelligent people and people that are more in the wear.
Oh, I would not say that I'm one of the intelligent people, but we try to have some work on that. That's true. But your data are very important to that. Another question from Tobias Hagedorn. What does the fluctuation do to the gray matter?
That's a great question. We don't have that, at least our lab, we don't have that data, and I haven't seen data on that yet. We know, there's some papers out there suggesting that greater fluctuations in Phe level affect cognition, affect thinking skills. And whether we can see that directly in the brain data, we don't know yet. But it is a great question for research.
And do we have a low level, which is too low? The question of Agathe Ragouche.
Well, we haven't. That's difficult data to get, right? So it's difficult to see patients that have levels below 100, and we don't know if that's problematic. I will say that we're hoping to do a study very soon on adults that are taking Palynziq, which is another treatment for PKU, as you know, of course, where you can see Phe levels that are close to zero because of the medication in adults. And that's, again, another great area for future research. So we just don't know.
Okay. And another question coming to the table is, what is long term? If you talk about adulthood, is then a year long term, or is it 1 month, or do you have an idea about that?
Oh, you mean in terms of our data, I guess, is what they're asking? So what we typically look at is we'll look at most recent Phe in the last year, and then Phe since the age of 18. I mean, those are some of the components. The data that I was referring to, we saw strong correlations with all three of those. And again, when you're talking about health of the brain, if somebody's been running very high Phe levels for 20 years, right? If they lower their Phe in 6 months, you're probably not going to see all of that damage or that disruption reverse. It's going to take some time. If it takes time to do the damage, it's going to take some time to reverse that damage.
So keep in control for some time at least, if you have problems. Okay. Do you have any idea about not data, idea about the influence of adult Phe levels for the future, for elderly? And my question is related, probably you know it, if we have Phe levels in infancy, it decides in some way on the childhood outcome. If we have Phe levels in childhood, it decides on our outcome some years later. Question is, if we have a safe period of time during adulthood, what do the Phe levels when they are high for elderly period?
That's a great question. My guess, and again, idea or guess,
Guess. Okay.
is that it would put the person at higher risk for problems in elderly. And the analogy I like to use is let's say if you're an adult and you run high blood pressure, you have high blood pressure for 10 or 15 years of your adulthood, right? That's going to increase the risk of having cardiovascular disease as you get older. So even though that the higher blood pressure is occurring when you're an adult, it's increased. You're maybe not going to have a heart attack or cardiovascular disease at that moment, but it's going to increase the risk as you get older. And my idea would be that running high Phe levels as an adult are very similar, is that you may not see the direct impact that moment, but as you approach older age or elderly, you're putting yourself at risk for whether that's dementia, whether that's Parkinson's, some other kind of condition. We don't know yet, but that's, again, my guess.
Sofia Jordev asks, she's from a country where newborn screening is not that well done. Her son is discovered at 20 months. MRI was showing something, lost white matter, and now he is on treatment for some years now. Should the MRI be recovered? Should it be monitored again? Does it make sense? Does it help?
What I would say is there's two parts to that. One is that when you have damage to the white matter during childhood, the data suggests that that's more difficult to overcome than damage as an adult. However, the developing brain is a fascinating thing, as you know, and it's remarkable the ability of the brain to recover and to compensate. And so what I would say is that the chances are that her son is going to be able to recover to some degree and may not see any complications related to that. We'll unfortunately just have to wait and see. And it sounds like she's doing the right thing, which is holding those Phe levels low and treating. Great.
Some question. Bernadette Gilroy from Ireland had some other question, but now she asked, what is the role of the synthetic protein in all this and the distribution over the day of both your protein, a synthetic protein and your natural protein? Does it make a difference when you have all in ones or spread it over the day? Do you know something about that?
I don't know much. I can say that we're starting a study where we're actually going to be asking people about their cognitive skills or how they're feeling cognitively, but also emotionally. So anxiety, things like that throughout the day, to see if that even fluctuates during the day. The impact of, in this case, we're thinking Phe levels, as they fluctuate during the day, how does that affect cognition throughout the day? But that's a great question too, is looking at things like synthetic protein and natural protein over the course of the day. But we haven't looked at that, and I don't know the data on that.
Yeah. Then there is a question of Joel Dupre, and related to that of Anne Daly. what should we think of the dopaminergic system, and do we need to measure neurotransmitters some way? Yeah, you are here.
Yes. So what the data suggests is that the higher phenylalanine levels. So as we get higher phenylalanine levels in our blood, that's going to compete with the available tyrosine and other precursors for dopamines. Precursors for neurotransmitters to get into the brain. And so one of the results of higher Phe level, we know can be lower dopamine levels in the brain. But interesting enough, what's impacted more than dopamine is serotonin. So if we look at the levels, serotonin is actually more impacted than dopamine. So yes, dopamine's impacted, and we've always thought of it historically as kind of a dopamine-related condition. But if we look at the data, it's actually serotonin that's getting hit harder. And we know that serotonin is important for things like sustained attention. It's also very important for emotional regulation, right? So we've probably all heard of like SSRI, so selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, which is something we'd use to treat anxiety and depression. So yes, dopamine's affected. We don't know, and I'll just say, I don't know, and maybe you know of data that's there, is that dopamine is also a precursor for epinephrine and norepinephrine, two other important neurotransmitters. I don't know of any research or data on epinephrine or norepinephrine and how that may be impacted in the dopaminergic chain.
I can tell something about it that's clear. Serotonin is the aspect or the substance which is impacted in that chain, and it's not dopamine for some reason. It's indeed adrenaline. Noradrenaline is much more impacted, and we don't know. I think we can say that with each other. We don't know around the world what to do with it. Okay. Does stress, higher cortisol level have an impact on Phe levels? We don't know.
I was to say, we haven't touched upon that in our research. I don't know if you have in yours.
Well, it's in general, stress is impacting metabolic balance. So when you have stress, for example, in a quite older disease, we had a patient who was very good in metabolic control, and her first day to school was an event for her, and then she collapsed. And that makes sure that around such stressful events, you can be really have a problem. Okay, I thank you very much for being with us, giving an excellent presentation, crystal clear, white and black, no something behind or within between, and giving so many answers on these great questions. Thank you so much being with us, and have a good Sunday.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Bye. And with that very nice presentation, I hand over to Eric in a way that we now have the scientific part of this meeting ended, and it's time to do some other scientific important things. Eric.
Thank you, Francjan. Thank you so much. Thank you to all the scientific speakers this morning. It's been absolutely fascinating and very, very technical in some parts, but there you go. That's what it's all about, imparting the information to patients. Now we come on to the next part of the speeches, presentations, and this one is of particular importance to many people, particularly adults with PKU, finding the right support, self-care in PKU. I'm delighted to introduce both these two speakers. Some of you may know them. They're very enthusiastic about awareness of PKU. So the first speaker will be Lange Atakai. Lange was born in 2001 in Istanbul, diagnosed with PKU at birth, and she's been taking an active role in the PKU Family Association in Turkey and works as a volunteer in alternative camps and projects such as an instructor or speaker in platforms like TEDx, Notre Dame de Sion, which is why she's here. And she's currently living in France to continue her drama studies in the University of Strasbourg. The other speaker is Ege Erucar, who was born in 1996 in Bursa in Turkey. She's an intern doctor at Altinbach University Faculty of Medicine at the moment, and she's been a volunteer since 2016 for the PKU Family Association in Turkey. She's been working as a volunteer leader, project coordinator in projects such as low protein camps, low protein e-magazines, and she did a terrific job with Lau and others in hosting the 2019 E.S.PKU Conference. Both are very energetic and effervescent people. And so with that, I would like to give the floor to Lau. Lau.
Hello. How are you, Eric?
Good, thank you, Lau. The stage is yours, and I like the picture in the background with the guitarist.
Thank you, such an art student right now. Yeah. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, everyone. So nice to see you all being with you today, even virtually. I'm very, very happy to be here with you, and thank you again to the ESPKU board for inviting me and giving me this opportunity. So I'm so excited to share some experiences that I had last year with you, hoping that it's going to be inspiring or helpful for all PKU patients. And I'll be talking about how is it like to move to another country, change cities, leave your comfort zone and your daily habits. So first, I will start by introducing myself too. Eric did a little bit. So yeah, I'm Lange, I'm 20, and I'm a PKU patient, and I was born in Istanbul. And today I'm connecting you from Strasbourg, France, because as I said, I moved here last fall to continue my university education, and I'm studying drama, which has been a great passion of mine since I was young. I always wanted to come to Europe to study art, and I'm so grateful that I finally achieved my dream. And now I'm in a stage where I live alone and I establish my own life for the first time in 20 years. So of course it wasn't easy because I decided to move in a perfect timing when Corona appeared. So of course I had a lot of problems with bringing my products and formulas from Turkey who never passed through customs, and also a lot of paperwork for visa and also for university. But in the end, I can tell that it was one of the greatest decisions that I made in my life, because everything is now settled down and my self-confidence has increased a lot because I was able to achieve these on my own, since with COVID, they didn't allow my family or anyone to come with me. And I was the only one who knew a little bit of French. So yeah, I'll tell you about all my journey and how to find the best care in another country. Because I want to say that it's not impossible. And today we have multiple examples of patients. I don't know, maybe you know Agata from Spain, Florentina from Croatia, a lot of patients who really are able to change their lives suddenly according to their free will, moving to another country and adapt their diet to it. But so I'll start that. The first step, I would say everything starts with a huge research and network. And that's why ESPKU is actually really important. ESPKU is one of them. I can easily tell that I understood directly the importance of associations and platforms like ESPKU who gathers and help us create networks internationally. Before going, I did a huge research about France, of course. I already knew the French Family Association, so I knew if I would have difficulties, I knew that they were going to be there. I know Loic and a lot of friends from PKU France, they helped me a lot. And also it's not just about finding the good products, or it's also about finding a new dietitian, new doctor who has time to know you and your diet and your life habits. So it's also important to find a continuous treatment for long term. It's not just about formula and products. So that's why I checked all of the metabolic centers and the doctors near to Strasbourg, and I found the one who was in my region. It was at Nancy, which was a city 1 hour away by train from where I was moving. So I have to change a city to get my treatment, but it's 1 hour. It's totally fine, great, perfect. It's a great hospital with great doctors. And I found a doctor there, and I'm sure you all know him, Francois. He just did a speech here today. I was so happy. He was an amazing doctor. He was so helpful. But of course, I wanted to guarantee my situation. So before I go to Strasbourg, I did all of this research. But before, I asked him to do a video meeting so that both of us meet each other, and we arrange a rendezvous. So when I go there, I can like meet him. He knows me before, we know each other, so it will be easier. So I guaranteed my doctor and my metabolic center. Then I started doing the other administrative stuff like visa, applying to school, the rent, apartment, blah, blah, blah. So what happened after is I got my student visa, I found a house, I registered for my school, everything goes perfect, and I took an empty plane since no one was traveling at that time, Corona. It was a weird feeling that I knew nothing about where I was gonna stay, how will I find people there, and most importantly, what will I do first when I like first go enter my house. I mean my house, I mean my small studio. So what happened is I went there, the responsible of the building opened the door, he left, and I was finally alone. I was so happy. I remember the first thing came up to my mind was to open the fridge because I was so tired, so hungry. And of course it was all empty. So I said, okay, here we go, here we start. Then I went to the supermarket. It was the first thing that I did, of course. And it was also my first shock. Hundreds of products that I've never seen in my life. I literally spent 55 minutes in the supermarket, no jokes. I tried to find the equivalent of like every product I consumed in Turkey, and I read every label to see the the protein levels and everything. I mean, it was fun, but like it was stressing. For example, there were a lot of products like, I don't know, just examples like yogurt, vegan milk, cheese, rice. I don't know who would have more protein in Turkey than the products in France. So I was kind of lost. I was eating rice. For example, I was eating rice in Turkey, but the rice here has more protein. I was like, oh no, what I'm going to do? I'm kind of lost. So what I did is I took pictures of them and I sent it to my dietitian in Turkey. And if you would ask why still her, because I mean she knows me best, like she's the one who knows me best, even though I tried to adapt my diet here. So I wanted her to still take the control of my diet because it's a transition period. So I didn't want to change my dietitian suddenly since my new counselor doesn't know me enough and not used to my individual diet. And also it's true that every dietitian in every country kind of have their own style of treatments depending to the products and the treatments in their country, which is so normal. So what I did is actually I changed everything slowly. I tried not to change my eating habits. Like if I was eating breads and omelets and breakfast in Turkey, I did the same in France. Like veggies at night, pasta and rice in the lunch. I kept doing these. I continued my my regular like plan, but of course the brands they changed. So what I did, I added the products slowly. I saw more vegan yogurts, like more vegan milks and sours, which I didn't have in Istanbul. So I started consuming those slowly. Same with desserts, some veggies that I don't find in Istanbul. So actually everything is kind of changed. Your eating habits change. So what I think you have to do is like really try to adapt it slowly and like try it with your Phe levels, test them, and see how it goes. So apparently I adapted my diet to according what I have in France. And like it was sure that at some point I was going to eat croissant in the morning. So I set my priorities and I talked with my dietitian for a new adaptation and all. And also for formulas, since it takes a long time for our formulas to be repaid by the state. I mean, for me, it's still not repaid, but I will get the answer soon, I know. And my formulas, they're still coming from Turkey. So every 3 months, we are shipping them, and I'm sending a doctor permission written by my doctor in France so that my formulas can pass the custom border. Then the boxes came to my house and all. But of course, I'm paying for the shipping and everything. I mean, still Turkey is paying my formulas, but I'm paying the shipping. So it's kind of like still a struggle, but I'm dealing with it. So what I did, again, I found a new solution for this. I used to consume liquid formula normally, but I was paying too much for the package because the liquid weighs too much. So that's why I'm back to powder formula, which is kind of harder to prepare in really active life, but I mean, it's okay. So I can get more formula for less weight and less cost. And so today with my doctor here, we're waiting for that day when the French state accepts to fully pay for my medicine so that I will be able to reach every treatment I want easily and free. And yeah, I'm so excited for that too. I think that's the best part of moving to another country, the idea of being able to access many treatments that are not available in Turkey in the future. It makes me really, really excited. But another point, it can be the opposite also. Like, it's also possible that a formula that I use in Turkey doesn't exist in France, which can actually cause a problem. For example, let's say if I was using Kuvan in Turkey and I moved to England, I think there's no Kuvan, so I cannot use it. Or let's say I start GMP here in France, but when I go back to Turkey, when I change my mind, I'm going to move back to Turkey, there's no GMP. So you have to consider also those facts. I'm sorry, I'm a bit of sick. So yeah, the procedure is always too long. And let me also give you a brief info about the repayments and all, assurance. Maybe it can be helpful for you. So I had to first prepare and send the documents to get an insurance who covers 70% of my hospital expenses. And then got another second complementary support insurance to cover the rest, 30%. And of course, it's the system in France. It can be different in other countries. Then after all of those, together with my metabolic doctor and my family doctor, we had to sign a document confirming my rare disease to the state, to the French state. So after this process was completed, the state agreed to take me on the rare disease follow-up and started to cover my hospital expenses 100%, and even covered my transportation expenses, my trains to Nancy and all. So whenever I go to the metabolic center. So these processes, of course, it took months, even though it's actually a really easy procedure. I mean, it sounds like an easy procedure. But I remember it was my fault that I kind of struggled a lot because not everything goes perfectly. Like, you lose your concentration at some point between everything because everything is new. So what I experienced is, it was the end of the school year. I was trying to graduate and trying to find an apart for next year, also preparing my valise to go back to Istanbul for a summer holiday. And that time I lost the document that my doctor in Nancy gave me. So I couldn't go to the family doctor in Strasbourg to make her sign it. So then I wrote to Nancy to have a copy of it. And they said, oh, you're over 18, so we just have one copy. And I was like, oh no, I'm in Turkey and it's impossible that I found it. So I wanted to write to my family doctor back, but no mail information is given and the telephones are always closed because of vacation. Then I had to came back early from my summer holiday to Strasbourg. I saw my family doctor and asked her to do another one, and she did. And I sent it back to my doctor in Nancy, and then he said, it's misfilled. So I did everything again. He was so nice, Francois. He did another one. Then I sent it back to my doctor in Strasbourg, and it was like an endless journey, like that. And the funny thing about all of those, it's the manual system of France that I'm really not used to it at all. So what you do is basically, there are like crazy big old buildings for insurance, or like, I don't know, government buildings for healthcare and all. And your whole effort that you've done is just a small A4 paper, right? like with hundreds of signatures and all, and you put those into a tiny, tiny mailbox that they attach to the walls of those crazy buildings. And it's not satisfying at all. Like you do everything, you put it, and like you don't know where it goes. Like it's in the mailbox, but then there are tons of people who put other stuff on it, and you're like, but like mine is urgent. Like it's really urgent. And it's not possible also that you get a confirmation about your application. Sometimes you get another letter after weeks saying like received, and like you don't know when the answer will come back. So it was really stressful, but finally I mean they're covering up my hospital expenses off, so I just need to get my formulas be repaid, and then I'm good. So yeah, it was a funny struggle. And same with my phenylalanine test. I do it by myself here in my room. I mean, the test, I put the blood on the gut-free and all. Then I put it also into the small mailbox I have in the neighborhood. And this neighborhood is a sort of banlieue, like really, really not a dense neighborhood. So if you would see what like there are around the small mailbox attached to the wall, oh my god, like putting my field levels, my papers in that mailboxes, I remember I waited like in front of them to be sure that they're inside of it and they're gonna go to the nunci and like the doctor is gonna open it. So it's like a different system that I wasn't used to it. But now in 1 year, of course, I'm getting used to it. Everything goes better and better. So everything takes time, but everything is settling down. And this part is actually all about this administrative part of moving and settling your life down. But even though you do all of those perfectly, doesn't mean that you're adapted or ready to leave, right? Of course, there's a huge psychological factor. There are up and downs, unstable emotions. You have a new style by being influenced from different experiences and people. And today we know that these factors are also connected and it can affect your feel levels. So I tried to prevent the situation as much as possible. I always kept myself busy and motivated. And at the end of the day, I noticed that my physical activity increased a lot, a lot. Even if only the cities are compared. I have moved from a city where cars and public transportations are superior to a lifestyle where I only go everywhere by bike. So it's actually huge effort in daily life. Likewise, in my school, I used to sit and listen to the lectures every day in high school. Now, most of my classes are studio lessons that require physical activities. In addition to that, I started working to earn something besides, and of course, to travel and all. And I'm working as a bartender as if I couldn't find a calmer job. And this is worse than anything else. It's the best cardio I've ever done. And of course, it doesn't end here. I had a hobby that I had in Istanbul. It's dancing. I love it. It really makes me motivated. It keeps me alive. So I wanted to continue here. And it's also a huge energy. I'm also doing dance here. I'm working with a team and all, which I love, but it's so tiring. And beside all of those, I have worries about taking care of my home, seeing friends, checking your formulas, waiting in front of those tiny mailboxes, and of course to eat. So in the end, all this sounds great, and I'm so happy with my social life. I don't have time to get depressed at all. So psychologically, I'm holding myself up, but I realized that I couldn't physically do the same thing lately. I was so exhausted, tired. I felt blocked all the time because sometimes it's just too much since everything is new. So, and as you know, the energy gap is a fundamental factor for the increase of feel level values. So it is necessary to get enough protein from the formulas and consume enough nutritions. And right now, I know that I'm having a hard time maintaining this autonomy at this intensity. So the last time I went to Nancy, my dietitian wanted to increase the number of the formulas, which is really logical for me. But of course, that requires me to ship more formula, more money. So I need to wait till I got them. And yeah, I hope that by the time the French government will validate my document and I can retire from there. So yeah, that's also a part of a social life, which is also connected with your diet. And if I come summarize a bit and come to an end slowly, like to reach the best care is really not easy. Not every government or society comes and offers you a great life, of course. You gotta create your own way, I think, by choosing the right country for your dreams, but also for your diet, because like you can think PQ as a companion of ours. It will come wherever we go. So for this reason, we need to make sure that the place we want to settle just for ourselves is also suitable for this friend. So we have to do research, we have to find networks, I don't know, find volunteers and associations who can support us, because they're always our plan B for everything, anything. I remember for every urgency and or need, even emotional support, I had our volunteers in Turkey who treated me like they were my psychologists. I asked questions and I shared concerns that I don't share with my metabolic doctors sometimes. Also family associations, also in France, when I had questions or concerns, I asked them everything and they were always so nice and helpful. Also communications with doctors is really important, and thanks to my doctor in Turkey and our connections in ESPKU, I found a great metabolic center and a doctor in France. So considering all of these, you can create access to best care wherever you are, but of course with the help of the state and the country you're in. Of course, I mean, it's not easy, but it is possible. You can do it. So yeah, and I think that's all I kind of like summarize and say. And but like before I end my speech, I would like to draw attention to another issue that I talked just a second ago: volunteer work, and which is one of the roles that plays a big role in my adventure. They help me a lot, and in the adventure of many people. So I told you the importance of doctors, associations, families, that we hear their voices a lot in ESPKU, which is great. But I think we rarely listen to a real volunteer who is as much as devoted as someone who is intimately familiar with PQ. Since the volunteers were always here with everything I've done, and also for other people, for my speech, I wanted to invite our LP volunteer leader in our PQ Family Association in Turkey, so that she can also speak about her work and her passion, because she also and the other volunteers had a lot of impact in my life psychologically, also about everything I did moving here. So I want them to speak up too. So I will let Ege to take my place, and I'm like thanking you a lot to listening to me, and I wish you a great conference and have it.
Thank you, Lal. That was a strong and a powerful speech. I hope I will explain more after you. I would like to share my slides now. Thank you. Hi, I'm Ege. Some of you know me from ESPKU 2019 conference. I was a low protein volunteer leader at there, and I was hosting you. For those who don't know me, I would like to introduce myself a little bit. Yes, I'm not that old. I'm just 25, living in Istanbul now for my education. I'm a medical student and working as an intern doctor at Altınbaşı University Faculty of Medicine now. I don't know what to do next. I don't know what to specialize next. But most of you will have a questions, as everyone asks me, do you have PKU? No, I don't have PKU. Do I have a relative with PKU? No, I don't have a relative with PKU. And some of you sometimes ask, but Lal is not my bloodline sister. It's a sister from another mother. So I don't have any blood connection with PKU. I'm just a volunteer. I'm just trying to make the world more equal and better. So how my journey started as a volunteer, At 2016, well, it's been so long. At 2016, I met with Deniz, who was the president of the PK Family Association Turkey. And I asked her a very important question. What can I do for you? Well, I still have answers for those questions. And she told me, okay, tell me, what can you do for us? What can you do for people living with PKU? Not just for PKU, other metabolic diseases who have low protein diet in their lives, because under our roof, there are lots of metabolic diseases with people who have low protein diet, like maple syrup urine disease or urea cycle disease, etc. We are a very big family in Turkey. And since 2017, I have started with the projects with Deniz, and on 2017, I started my own project. And I started my project by asking the people, what can I do for you? We went to a camp with the youngs, and Lal was, of course, there, but we were about like 20 people. And I asked them, what do you need? Well, they need a lot of things, but not a very expensive treatment or etc. They need the information in their own language, basic language. They need to understand what they're experiencing through, and they need someone who they can ask their questions about menstruation periods, or what is gonna be like when they get married. And some of the young people just ask me if I can have child. Like, I said, yes, you're not infertile, you can have children. But they did not know because nobody explained them. And there are some barriers in Turkish culture. It makes it harder to communicate about private things with even with your family. And they needed a sister, they needed a friend to ask them. So with my journey, a new era started at PK Family Association Turkey, and we started something as low protein volunteers, who works for, who gives their effort and time and their abilities for the awareness of problems. Like sometimes they go to cafes, restaurants, they have to explain themselves, but they need someone who knows them. It's very important for them. So we started with volunteer teams, and we are working on the projects which contributes to people living with low protein diet. I will give some examples about the project. You may see some photographs attached on the slides. So at the upper part, you will see a team who climbed up Everest mountain. Like, it was crazy. They climbed up Everest mountain for us, for people living with PKU. And we have delivered some brochures to the public here. So what do volunteers do and what do they not? It is very important line. We are not professionals. Most of us are dietetic students or medical students, but we are not professionals. We just support them socially. We create social events, including equal environment. We create New Year's dinners or low protein camps or some short movies. And sometimes we just meet on Zoom for chat. But we do not discriminate them because of their diet, or we do not push them like, what you're gonna eat, what you're gonna eat, what you're gonna eat. Do you have something to eat? We're not like this. They know their responsibility to what to eat. And if they have a problem, they just tell us. We do not like this, you cannot eat this. No, they just want to be free. They just want not to worry. And we choose specific menus and specific places for them. And they feel more equal with everyone. We wish that we didn't have to, because it should be a natural thing to do. And what the volunteers do is researching about the new treatments and information. Sometimes they ask us interesting questions, and we try to guide them to the right specialist. For example, the question I have mentioned earlier, a young girl asking about marriage or traits of the PKU. So we guide them to the genetic counseling, and sometimes they have problems while applying to jobs because they have PKU. People think that when they Google it, they just first see the phrase equals mental retardation. Like, it is just too hard for them because everybody thinks that people living with PKU have mental retardation or eventually will have mental retardation. There's nothing like that. They just have to adjust their diet. They just have to follow their diet. And that's all. They're just gonna eat something different than you. We are trying to explain this to the bosses, but when they don't understand that and when they discriminate them, we just guide them to the lawyers to defend their rights. It is very important for them to know when to apply somewhere. So another thing that we do is finding solutions for the problems and raising awareness for that. In Turkey, our cultural foods are mainly on protein, mainly on meat, mainly on butter. Vegetables are like nightmares to Turkish people. I don't understand why, but we are trying to make an alternative for it. We are trying to people make menus who are more adjustable to veggies, and we just do not tell them, we do not look to them like with pity. They're just friends, they're just our colleagues, or they're just equal to us. They just eat something different. So this is the behavior we don't allow with our volunteers. And when they get angry in some social place, when they get discriminated, we raise our voices, because sometimes they just get tired of telling everything again. What is PKU? What is the diet? Why they need to keep their bread with them? Or why do they need to take their formula with them? So we're also trying to give the true information, sole true information with the light of science to people living with PKU and their families. Because still we are in 2021, mothers who test their baby for heel prick test, they do not know what they're testing for. And when they get diagnosed via phone, they still get shocked because they still Google it. They still need to Google it. So we are trying to give them information that will satisfy them, and tell them, okay, your child had PKU, but your child is just a newborn now. So you need to learn this diet and teach her or him. We're trying to make this go and go. And sometimes they reach out to us via social media. They text us, and we make phone calls lasting for hours, like hours. And some of the volunteers, as we know, they cannot handle this because it is sometimes very hard, like talking to a mother who is newly diagnosed and they do not know where to go. They just say you on the phone, there's an abnormal result on your test. You have to go to the doctor. Which doctor? Where? Which specialist? No idea. And sometimes they lose some time because of that, because they are referring the patient to the endocrinologist. So when they go to the endocrinologist, they say, no, you have to go to nutrition and metabolics department. And metabolics department is not available in Turkey at all cities. And in our neighbor countries like Azerbaijan and Kazakhstan and some Middle East countries do not have specialists at all, do not have screening program at all. So we are trying to reach out to them too, sometimes translate our work in another languages, or sometimes we just try to reply them in Arabic or in Farsi. And we are getting this empowerment from our volunteers. So how do we find the volunteers? That was the most asked question to us on E.S.PKU Conference on 2019. We were a team, and our president, Eric, asked me, like, Ege, how could you find these medical students and dietetic students? I was like, we just published. We put alerts on social media that we are looking for LP volunteers, like low protein volunteers. We tell them LP volunteers because for young people, it's more cool to make abrasions. So we just ask them to give us what do they know. We just ask them if they are good on social media. We are asking their support on social media. If they're good at graphic designing, we ask them for graphic designing. Or if we're gonna make a conference or a live stream interview, we just try to ask someone who knows how to connect Zoom with YouTube. And it is very complicated thing, believe me. I still do not understand, and I still ask for support for that. Also, we make connections with the other nonprofit organization networks. There are some really good programs in Turkey for nonprofit organizations, some educations for volunteer management and some other educations, and we just present ourselves there, and sometimes we find conjoint aims with them, and we ask them to be our volunteer too. And also student clubs, university clubs, which I have started from, is a very effective network, because when you go to the college or university, you just feel empty because there's no family, there is no family or friends to hang out, and you have to do something to for yourself, like to feel good and to be productive. And we give them an opportunity to channel their energy, excess energy of youth, to direct. And also our main volunteers as like people with PKU and their families, because they want to do something for their life, they want to express themselves, they want a platform who they can interact with everyone like all the time. So we give them this opportunity. And here are some low protein projects. I will give the QR code at the end too. This is our first project that I have mentioned. We have done it like on 2017. Lal is there and I'm there. There were 2 volunteers from cinema and media department from Bahçeşehir University. And we're still very good friends with them. And we made a short movie. We just asked people, what do they experience in normal life? And we made a short movie out of it. Like the main message that we always give is, our food is different, not our lives. So the short movie is all about it, and it has a subtitle. I will give you another QR code at the end. We had low protein camps, like 20 PKU people, and that was one of the hardest things that I have ever done with this association, because you are a big sister of 20 young people, and you are responsible for them, but you're also at the same age with them. So there is the dialogues that you just try to be a sister, but you're also friends with them. So it was a little bit hard experience for me. And some of the children in Turkey do not access all the foods, because in Turkey, socio-economical situation is not very good. Not very good for most of the people, like the 60% of the people, they do not have the opportunity to buy some chocolate. They just take the basic things like the flavor or pasta or some soup. the basic things, and they do not have birthday cakes, or they do not taste chocolate or other desserts, other things. They just try to make their way they just try to survive with the basic things. So we try to give them everything, every possibility, and we have given them capacity building trainings, which I was trained for that for International Federation of Medical Students Association. And we are trying to empower them with arts and sports, especially for sports. We had a child who was very successful at all kinds of sports, and he was just like, okay, do I have PKU? But may I do sports? He was like that. That was a question mark for him. So he didn't know how to adjust his diet for being a sportsman, and he's very successful now because we guide him. But there are many questions like that. So we try to answer them all, and we try to be friends to them, and we still are in connection with them. And also we have cleaned up the dorm all with us, and the upper picture shows that we just cleaned up. So as Eric mentioned, ESPKU 2019 LP volunteer team, well, that was the most amazing thing we did. It was a very, very nice experience. We were like 14 people. Some of them were already at Izmir, and some of them flew across the country to be there. And we tried to welcome everyone and solve the issues with the communication with the hotel staff and the ESPKU board. And we tried to do supportive for everyone there. And we had a children's session where they had very fun, but I was always at the area, like, is there any problem? So sometimes being a leader is not a very good thing because you miss out all the fun. So after COVID-19, we started with the live streams with the specialists from whole branches, and we published a online book, which is gonna be translated in other languages and published soon, so just try to follow up. And it's like that. We are always on our computers and working, emailing, too many things. And we started a low protein journal, which comes every 6 months. We published some interviews with specialists, news from low protein world. Like we're gonna publish this ESPKU 2021 conference there and give some summaries there who don't know English or who did not have access. And we do share some stories of experience, because what Lal just do is very precious. It shows people, children, young children, that they can go to college, they can be healthy when they grow up, and it shows the family that their children will be okay. It's a very nice message to give. How did it affected me? First of all, I got the courage to speak up, like I'm speaking up here. Before that, I was like, what, stage? No. And I learned about advocacy. Actually, this was a research for my homework about breast milking, and you will see at the above that this is the most common textbook that medical students use, Nelson Essentials of Pediatrics. And they say that, let me read for you, some of the diseases, breast milking is contraindicated, like it's not allowed. And it gives an example for galactosemia and phenylketonuria, and I was like shocked, because thousands of medical students have this book as a guideline, like they're worshipping like God to pass the pediatrics exam. And I was like that too. And when I saw this phrase, I was like, what? No, I have searched for the PKU guidelines, and I have found a article which Anita have contributed, and it says, yeah, they can have breast milk, and it is beneficial for them. And because of that, my professor tried to cut my points out from my homework, and I was just, no, you cannot, because this is scientific truth. You can give breast milk to people with phenylketonuria. Only contraindication is galactosemia, and we have argued it for like an hour, and I won. And it is still a problem. Many of the textbooks who are commonly used worldwide are trying to say that phenylketonuria is contraindication for breast milk. So I say no. So we need to expand. We need to tell the world that PKU is something that we should learn very deeply, because it's a complicated thing that we need to expand. Like, we need to go to the World Health Organization and say that we need universal health coverage. I saw a comment, I don't know, it was like above, a European Union regulation will not be beneficial for me in Turkey, will not be beneficial for a child in Japan or in a child at Afghanistan. But universal health coverage, like being equal, having an equal insurance all over the world, will help us to access all the medicine, all the formulas. So this should be the goal. We are a global association, so we have to expand. And also, we have to change the literature. We have to say them, no, this is not okay. This is not the true information. We have to warn them, because when they publish this wrong, thousands of medical faculty students, thousands of medical doctors, and some pediatricians even, who they don't have education and they don't share experiences with metabolic specialists, because it does not exist in every country. They should know that it is okay to give breast milk to a patient with PKU with the measurements. This is important. And well, I got a lot of noise for that, so all of my medical student fellows just send me pictures of the slides they do have in class. Like yesterday, a friend of mine at Erzurum, a very distant city to Istanbul, sent me a picture of her slide that they're talking about PKU. I was like, okay, yeah, that's nice. Someone more knows PKU. And the biggest experience was having volunteer friends who are trying to make a better world and more equal world. And it's an amazing thing that you know that you're not alone. They have aims too, they have goals too, and it's a very nice thing to know you're not alone. And also, I have friends with PKU, and a little sister, Lal, who is a sister from another mother, and I believe she will handle those problems better, and she will fight away like for whole life, because she taught me that. And thank you very much for giving the opportunity to talk this much in ESPKU 2021. I guess it's time to invite Eric and Lal to here, and I will give the QR code if anyone wants to take a picture. Yeah.
Well, Lal, Ege, what can I say? Totally inspirational. I'm glad you got that last part in about the printed books, because we had a conversation about that over a year ago, if not longer. That's something that the Scientific Advisory Committee need to pick up and run with. Hint. I loved your comment, Lal. I'm too busy to be stressed.
Depressed, yeah.
Depressed. Too busy to be depressed. I mean, that in itself is something. We've got time to take some questions, so please ask questions in the comments. Lots of praise, by the way, for both of you for your presentations and your inspiration for people so young. Very, very motivating for us old folk on here, you know.
No, thank you.
I mean, yeah, okay, so Bernadette said she breastfed a baby who had PKU, was happy to continue despite her diagnosis. She's very, very disappointed to hear that all families are not given this information. One thing I did pick up on was the fact that in Turkey, and it's not just in Turkey, in many countries in Europe, people do not know why they have the heel prick test. Maybe more so in the western part of Europe, but then in sort of as you go the middle, Central Europe and Eastern Europe, it is a problem. I thought we'd get quite a few questions here. Anybody with any adult PKU is online who would like to ask any questions? I think it's up to you to get so busy that you don't have time to be depressed. What a comment. It's absolutely marvelous.
No, because when you're trying to get yourself motivated all the time, you're trying stuff to, hand out, just like spend your time in a good way. Like, you find like stuff to do, like quality time actually. I'm trying to find a quality time when you go somewhere new. And now, when I see my life, I really have no time to get depressed, which helps me a lot. So I'm busy. And that's what kind of motivates me. So yeah, I was sincere.
Yeah, if you both agree, can you give a URL to the movie, says Susan. Yeah, Susan, sorry, yeah, we will surely do that. Yeah, I mean, you two have so much energy. Can't remember that far back. It was the last century when I was your age. I can't remember what my energy levels were like, to be quite frank, but certainly the energy is being directed in a very positive way. Very, very pleased about that. So let's have a look. Look at this. Great and inspiring. Thank you for the presentation. Very interesting. Lal, why did it take the authorities in France to reimburse the supplements for you?
So actually,
didn't quite get all of that.
Yeah, there were 3 steps that you were. And first, you have to get the insurance for the hospital expenses in general. So you get it. It's a huge amount of documents that you do aside. I got that. And the second is to get it 100, like it covers 100, all of it, your feel level tests, your another blood tests, and also it covers your transportation and everything, since it's rare disease. That's another reimbursement that you get from the government, and it validates you have a rare disease, and the government is always ready to cover stuff for you. But there's a third thing for your formulas. It's just about medicines, and that I'm still waiting. And that's paper. It's done by my metabolic doctor, and also with a signature of my family doctor who takes care of me in general health here in France. So they both have to sign it, and they both have to write what I need to take monthly, daily as medicine. And that's also another document I have to send to the government, and they have to validate and then pay for them. And also for my products, they also give free products, a lot of free products and medicines. So it was like 3 different documents.
Again, girls, you are so inspiring and amazing. Keep up, such fighters. And there's a link there to the YouTube to watch. Let's see. Again, thank you for your presentations from Elisabetta in Portugal. Well, are there any other questions that they have? Anybody, any questions? Inspirational, gosh, so many superlatives for a presentation, but very few questions. I was quite surprised. I think it's marvelous that we've had both of you here to talk today. Thank you both very much for it, your presentations, and taking the time out in your busy schedule. So I know you're both very busy. Lau being a student and doing all the things that you're doing, which we've all heard about, and still fighting to get all your bits and pieces. And Ege being an intern, it can't be easy. I suspect you probably do 70 or 80 hours a week in the hospital, like a good intern does. And then you come and do this. I mean, wow, you know, what can I say? We do have another question. What is Ege's suggestion to Astra volunteer network? Ah, right, okay. Okay. Oh, it's gone again. Hang on.
And I think there is someone who wants to connect with, I mean, to ask some questions. I can write my my email, or yeah, I'll write my email to the chats.
Right, Nicola Cardoselli, naturally. So
I may give an answer to Emanuela.
yeah.
My suggestion is just ask people what they can do, because they will find their way to help you. For example, they just may post Instagram posts for you, or they just can give you some time to prepare some paperworks and make some graphics. And this is a help. This is volunteering. They just give your time and ability to you. But if you're asking for a global volunteer network for you, it's a little bit something different, because there is a language barrier. So it is not accessible to all people who wants to be volunteers. But you can find some ambassadors across the globe in countries who may organize events and raise awareness for PKU, even in the countries who do not have newborn screening and have no treatment options. People believe in a world that there are too many violations of human rights, there are too many inequalities, and the world is degenerating with diseases like pandemics and natural disasters and climate change. So young people started to act. We do act. We just do whatever we can, but sometimes in our home, sometimes just by writing a paper, sometimes just talking. While doing that, we help people. So we have a very big noise, like use it to empower people with PKU. When you ask them, they will tell you what to do and what they can do. And you can arrange something, you can create a model that can benefit the cause. You just give them a goal to achieve, to just give them a name.
Right, lovely. As a question from Suzanne Ford, Lal, how important is it to be connected to other people in the PKU community? And does your energy level come from inside you, or are you being with others, or from being with others, or a bit of both?
I think it's really important to be connected, because as I said, I kind of know everyone from every country. That means I'm actually free to go everywhere, and I know in an urgent case there is someone who will help me. So this is number one, and also I think it's also important because it gives you motivations. My energy is also coming from inside, actually, because I mean I have my own dreams, I have my own goals to achieve for myself. So of course I do it all for myself first, but also seeing other people inspiring from me, or me inspired by them, it gives like an extra motivation. Even this conversation, after this, I know I'm going to be like super motivated, and my energy will be like two times more. So of course it's important, and we have to use this occasion, I think.
Good. All right. Well, thank you all very much for listening, and thank you both for your fantastic presentations. I wish you both the best in the future for your careers, whichever avenue you decide to take, Ege, Dr. Ege, or whichever way you decide to go as well, Al. But thank you both very much. It's been very inspiring, even for us old people here as well. So brilliant. Well done. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Where are you here?
Yeah. Congratulations.
I thought
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, now we must press on and we go to the next part of the program, which is the Sheila Jones Award. Now, every year, only I know who the winner is, and every year, General Secretary of the ESPKU board tries to get out of me who's won it. And in good tradition, he still doesn't know. So maybe now have the video of the Sheila Jones Award, please. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Anne Green, and it's a great pleasure and honour to be part of your virtual conference today, and once again to be able to announce this year's winner of the Sheila Jones Award. I'm speaking today from Birmingham, UK, where Sheila Jones lived. Sheila, as we know, was the first person in the world to be treated with a diet for her PKU when she was 2 years old. I'm delighted to be able to represent Sheila's family and Birmingham Children's Hospital, where this pioneering work took place to prepare the first diet in 1951. This work was undertaken by Evelyn Hickmans, who was head of the biochemistry laboratory, John Gerard, a paediatrician with a special outpatient clinic for children with mental retardation, and Horst Bickel, a doctor from Germany, who at the time was undertaking research for his PhD at the University of Birmingham. This remarkable achievement by these three pioneers led to newborn screening and treatment for PKU across the world. The Sheila Jones Award was created in 2018 by the ESPKU, together with Birmingham Children's Hospital, to recognise the legacy which Sheila and Mary Jones left, to remember Sheila's life, and to recognise Mary's determination, dedication and courage to get the treatment for her daughter, Sheila. They are the inspiration for this award. Unlike other awards for professionals or companies, this prestigious award is to recognise advocacy by individuals, a patient or family member whose commitment to support the wider PKU community has made a real difference. These awards highlight just some of the many contributions of so many such individuals across the world. The award itself takes the form of a key and is symbolic as the key to the future for PKU. Here is a picture of Sheila reaching for Dr. Bickel's keys in 1952, showing the benefits of the special diet that they had prepared. Now, last year's Sheila Jones Award winner was Sonja Peric from Croatia. Sonja has made an enormous contribution for PKU patients in Croatia and has dedicated 30 years to improving the life of patients and their families. She became a very successful president of the Croatian PKU Society for 10 years and has done a huge amount to raise public awareness and the profile of PKU and other rare disorders. Now let's watch a short film about Sonja.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear PKU friends, it's my great honor to be elected for this prestigious Sheila Jones Award. My life was closely and inseparably connected to PKU. Firstly, because I have 50 years old brother with PKU, and secondly, because of my daughter Florentina, who was also born with PKU. From that time, my life mission was to help her in her struggles with this challenging illness. Quickly, my battle expanded on all PKU patients in Croatia, for which I put all my efforts to help them achieve more quality and successful, but foremost as normal life as possible. I'm especially glad that this award came in 2020, because the Croatian PKU Association marked the 30th anniversary in that year. I consider it to be a special award for 30 years of dedicated efforts of the Croatian PKU Association, as well as for personal 25 years long intensive work and struggle of me. 30 years ago, it was crucial to provide help and education for the PKU patients and their families, but what was also necessary was to raise awareness about PKU in the medical, social, and education system in Croatia. Join 30-year struggle of PKU patients, their families, and the whole medical interdisciplinary team of the University Hospital Center Zagreb resulted in the recognition of PKU as one of the rare diseases. Our joint effort greatly improved the quality of life of patients suffering from phenylketonuria in Croatia. I regard my effort as only one link in the chain. Without the dedicated effort of others, I would not be able to meet a strong chain that bears many diverse keys. Some keys, as we well know, are already used. Some problems are indeed resolved, thus enabling a great shift in the last 25 years in respect of understanding and improvement of patients' lives. Nevertheless, we must glance to the future and be aware that there are still other challenges that must be met and still so many problems to be resolved. At the very end, I would like to dedicate this award to my daughter Florentina as an intensive for her to bravely and decisively meet challenges still await her. I also dedicate this award to my parents, especially my mom, without whose immense help and sacrifice this would not be never possible. Finally, I would like to thank people who nominated me and all the members of the jury who recognize my love and my truly willingness to help and improve the quality of life of people with PKU. I am sending you a lot of love from beautiful Croatia and wish you a successful year.
What a remarkable lady. Many congratulations, Sonia. Now, if we move to 2021, this is our fourth Sheila Jones Award. Once again, the judges were looking for evidence of a creative and innovative approach, leadership, and being a role model for others. The nomination, which demonstrated all these criteria, and in particular as highlighting the importance of not forgetting those with late diagnosed PKU, just like Sheila. It is a great pleasure to announce that we have joint winners of the Sheila Jones Award 2021. Ilona Benkel and Manuela Stecker, two sisters, both with PKU from Germany. Many congratulations. Sadly, Ilona died in June this year, and so her award is given posthumously. Ilona was diagnosed late and in so many ways was like Sheila. She could not benefit from the developments of newborn screening and early diet. Her sister, Manuela, was born 8 years later and following newborn screening was diagnosed with PKU. Manuela has been committed to doing the utmost for her sister, as well as for the wider community of PKU. Her charisma, positive approach, and optimism of how she deals with her own PKU has helped and inspired so many others. She is a real ambassador, giving lectures and speaking up for the needs of the whole PKU community. Specifically and uniquely, Manuela and her family have showed great courage and leadership by sharing Ilona's personal family story and brought the plight of late diagnosed PKU to a wider audience, and in so doing have educated the world. The film Forgotten Children in 2015 featured Ilona and her family and has helped many families in similar circumstances understand that they are not alone with their emotions, and provides much needed support for caregivers. More recently, Ilona showed the potential benefits of how a late instituted diet can improve quality of life. Here are some delightful photos of Ilona having fun. With this work, Manuela has given Ilona's life meaning and provided encouragement to others to try the diet and know that even at a late stage, there is hope. Manuela has been an advocate for all those with PKU, and together with Ilona, has especially helped those who have not benefited from early treatment, for which we say thank you. Ilona and Manuela have ensured that they are not forgotten, and they are the most worthy winners of the Sheila Jones Award 2021. I know you will join with me in saying many, many congratulations from us all, so well deserved. Es ist mir eine große Freude, den beiden Schwestern Manuela und Ilona zu gratulieren. Sie sind die Gewinner des Sheila Jones Award. Herzlichen Glückwünsche. Thank you.
Hello everyone. I am deeply honored to receive the Sheila Jones Award together with my sister Ilona. My sister, who has sadly passed away in the meantime, could not have known that her fate contributed to bringing those with PKU who were diagnosed late out of their shadowy existence and thus became part of the PKU community. Ilona was able to live a few more happy years thanks to the introduction of a low-protein diet. She took part in life, and you could see her joy for life in her little world. It was so nice to see how her quality of life kept improving in small steps. I am unspeakably grateful that my family and I were still able to experience Ilona like this, and that we were able to get to know her in such a new way. Even so, I would have wished her to be able to experience this even longer. I can't even imagine all the positive changes that would have been possible. I gladly accept this award on behalf of Ilona and all people with PKU who have not yet been diagnosed or who have been diagnosed later. But there's still so much to do to improve the life quality of the late diagnosed. However, I am also particularly concerned to find the many people who have not yet been diagnosed in institutions for the disabled, so that they can have access to adequate treatment and thus be helped to live a life with better quality. We must all continue to fight for adequate treatment for everyone with PKU, especially those who have no voice. Let's get loud together.
Well, there you go. Let's get loud together. Some terrific comments being posted, lots of applause, and I'm pretty confident that next year we will see you all in person. Now it comes to my point of presentation. We've only got 26 minutes left. Going last has allowed me to shorten my presentation. Congratulations to all of you who have reached this point. Stamina, that's what it's all about. And what I'm going to talk about very briefly, we've had a little bit on the Sheila Jones. I'll have something towards the end on the Sheila Jones Award, a little bit about International PKU Day and the science, the consensus paper that the ESPKU board are currently preparing a questionnaire for. And of course, the main thrust will be the European Parliament Cross-Party Alliance. Now, to be honest, that cross-party alliance covers 27 countries. We are not an EU-centric country, but this hits 27 in one go. 27 countries in one go. Much of what has been said about support and advocacy, etc., might be a bit repeated here, but only a small bit. Now, in the great ESPKU tradition, most people give their disclosures. So I'll give you my disclosures. Okay, if I can hit that on the right thing. There we go. First one is, I'm a massive rugby fan. And it follows that I like Guinness. Those of you who are rugby fans will note, and mums and dads out there can tell their children, Harry Potter scored for Leicester Tigers yesterday. Yes, there is a rugby player called Harry Potter, but there you go. But most importantly, I'm a PKU advocate. This was going to be about, because we had a scientific presentations this morning, it was going to be about the science of patient advocacy. However, let's be honest, at this stage of the day, you don't want to hear about the science of patient advocacy. That's really for the delegates meeting in spring. But briefly, in your country, when you have gaps in care, they're your issues, you know what they are. Who can help you? Anybody can help you. Your consultants, your dietitians, your friends, as in Turkey, your PKU association, your radio stations, papers, reporters, anybody can help you. It's up to you to find those people who can. Put out an APB. Come on, give us a hand. Know your audience. Well, they're only human, let's be honest. You know, it doesn't matter whether you're a president or a prime minister, a health attaché or whatever. They're only human like you and me. So take that attitude, you can't go wrong. Develop your message, that goes without saying. What is it you want to say? Develop an elevator pitch. If you just happen to literally meet somebody in an elevator, and identify your engagement channels and tools. It's pretty straightforward. Social media, radio, newspapers, writing papers, whatever. Pretty straightforward, okay? So that's a brief overview of the science of patient advocacy, given the time left. The ESPKU have done quite a bit of work already in the EU Parliament. And one of our recent successes, or one of our successes a couple of years ago, was with regards to the quantitative fee labelling of LP special foods. And it was at stake, there was a particular chapter where they wanted to write out the labelling of some of the contents of these low protein foods for special medical purposes. And we advocated successfully to keep that information on board. Because, for example, if you have a particular product that you're taking and it doesn't have the levels of, or show the content of phenylalanine or the content of tyrosine and so on, how can your, even consultants need to know what that is to prescribe low protein foods for special medical purposes. And we know how important this is for calculating fee intake in daily life. Okay. Currently, there's a discussion strategy on disabilities in the EU Commission, which we're keeping an eye on and ready to react to. We're going to highlight the unmet needs of late diagnosed metabolic patients, not just PKU. On the horizon is a sugar tax. Remember, those of you who were in Venice, I talked about the sugar tax in the UK, and the sugar tax will be coming to a country near you. Individual countries may well impose a sugar tax, whether you're in the EU or not. However, they're now talking at a higher level in the European Union. I expect it will come in time. When it comes, it'll come with a thud. Be prepared. But this is important for you to know that us, as an umbrella association, together with all the other associations in the EU, we will advocate for a variety of regular food, because foods may change their content by replacing sugar with aspartame, and that's a source of phenylalanine. We all know how important it is to measure sources of phenylalanine. Okay, next slide is the EU Commission. Yes, we've done that one. So the cross-party alliance on PKU, which we've resolved, we've managed to set up recently. In the spirit of transparency, this has been supported by a grant from BioMarin, and the person we're working with, Christine Markin, who is not employed directly, but is an agent working on our behalf, has been supreme in her knowledge of helping us to understand the EU Parliament and knowledge of how to get to people, to talk to assistants of MEPs. Her knowledge is just fantastic. Who does what, who doesn't do what. So that's a public thank you to Christine for all the work and help that she's been giving us over the years. Now, this is primarily, as I said, on EU countries, but EU countries, if the EU makes a policy, it has an impact on neighbouring countries, in particular accession countries. So whatever happens in the EU will have an impact on your country at some stage. At what level, whether it's a high impact or a low impact, remains to be seen, depending on the topic in hand. But it's important that we set up a cross-party alliance. And this all came about. Oops, sorry. Okay. Because the EU is the EU Parliament, 751 MEPs. It's a place where decisions are ratified, law is forensically looked at to make sure that the policy agenda that the Commission decides on is actually going in the right direction. MPs are accountable to voters. Again, they're only human. And they expect to be addressed by outside organisations. Unfortunately, in the EU, there are thousands upon thousands of not just charities, but lobbyists, let's say, not going to put charities in the same area, who want to have their voice heard and mentioned in Parliament. But MEPs do like to profile themselves on certain issues, particularly issues that affect health and where they can help society in general. They're interested in the health issues of their voters. They want to keep the voters going and happy so that they can vote for them again the next time round they stand for re-election. Let's be honest, that's what it's all about. But let's use that. And they can help us raise awareness of PKU and change policy in our favour. And it all began when we had a meeting in July 2018 addressing the high burden and significant unmet needs in PKU. We had a policy roundtable, and I do recall, and there's a link there to that on our website. I do recall an assistant of one of the MEPs was very, very keen to pick it up and run with the PKU story. And I thought, well, this is, listen to the conversations in the corridor afterwards. And I thought, well, look, this is something that we could do similar to what the UK's done with an all-party parliamentary group, but set it up in the EU Parliament, because the APPG in the UK has worked tremendously well and has opened doors, lots of doors for us in the ESPKU. And we're expecting great things from the CPA to open doors for us in PKU, to bring the PKU message to not only the EU Parliament and the Commission, but via the health attaches that meet once a month with DG Sante, the lead of DG Sante. It's very important to do this, very important. And Deirdre Clune, who sponsored that meeting, wrote an article in the Parliamentary magazine, "It's time for MEPs to act on PKU." I think this was a little warning to the MEPs that we might be back, really, to be honest with you, knocking on their doors to ask them to advocate for us on behalf of PKU throughout the EU. Tremendous article. Again, it's on our website. We put out a call to action. We had 17 supporters from 9 countries, and 13 are very, very keen to help us from another country came in there. We've got a good core to start with, but we want to gain more MEPs as supporters, full supporters. People are going to do some work for us, ask questions of the Parliament to get answers. If they ask a question, if typically 2 or 3 MEPs will sponsor a question, and this question has to be answered within 6 weeks, I think it is. That's the time frame by Parliament, by the Commission. They have to answer it. It's on the statutes. But we're particularly interested in getting more supporters from the bigger countries like France, Germany, Italy, and Spain. And underlying there, of course, your support is indispensable. Let's be frank. Okay, and here is the crew. There are 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 16 there. Great people who I've pledged their support to be actively engaged within the cross-party alliance for PKU. And I don't know if anybody of you can notice that there are, I think I counted 8 Irish MEPs there. So when it comes to the European Union, the top of the Premier League of PKU associations is PKU Ireland. So a big shout out to PKU Ireland. They've got a very intricate network going on there. So hats off to Bernadette and Karen and others in getting their organisation up and running, and also inveigling their way into the policymakers and making sure that PKU is made aware in Ireland. To the Irish people listening, support these guys. They need your support. To the other members of the EU Parliament, of the EU, take note. They've done a great job. But I do realise that the number of MEPs in Ireland per head of head per population per MEP in Ireland is probably less than it is in some of the larger countries. And so it is difficult because I think on average there's 600,000 electors to one MEP. Contrast that with the UK where you've got 100,000 electors to one MP. But well done to all those who've joined, and also to PKU Ireland. So a mission was created, pretty straightforward mission. It's an informal group, bring MPs, EU and MPs, the EU Commission and national stakeholders together. A little bit simplified this because there are a number of stakeholders. I did mention the EU health attaches. It's very important to get them. Drag in the health attaches, drag them in, then we can get into the national psyche, get into the national MPs for that country and make changes. Raise awareness of unmet needs. Unmet needs will vary from country to country. The biggest unmet need is all unmet needs are due to one thing: money. We hope to get some policy initiatives formulated. Questions have been asked already of the EU Parliament. Come on to those, the EU Commission will come on to those in a minute. And make these changes that we need to have a better quality of life for people with PKU. And this is what we're striving for. The vision is to ensure that those affected by PKU and their families obtain lifelong access to the metabolic services and other therapeutic options and support they require. You would expect that, pretty standard vision statement. But they are committed. These people, some of these people have got some great ideas. Now, on the EU agenda at the moment, we've just had a closure of a consultation on the medical legislation for children with rare diseases. Quite comprehensive reply that we gave. Again, I take my hat off to General Secretary Tobias Hogdorn, who during a 2-week isolation period because of the Rona, COVID, he indefatigably read through this, and I think he spent 20 odd hours or so reading that just to find out what exactly it meant. So public thank you to Tobias for that. There's a food labelling consultation which is open recently. I'm sure that dietitians would be interested in that. There is an initiative on long-term care coming about shortly, and the rights of the child. We can influence these via the Alliance, ensuring attention of our issues. We've already sent a copy of our response to the very first one I mentioned on this slide. So the output so far of the PKU CPA, or the CPA on PKU, 6-letter acronym, doesn't cut it, does it really? Anyway, we had a call to action, and we've issued short policy statements with them. And as I say, we've had 6 or 7 written questions to the EU Commission, to the European Commission on a variety of items, and we've had 4 meetings. One of the responses from the Commission was rather an exercise in the use of English language of how to ignore the question, but we'll dissect that and press on and ask another question, because they have to answer it. However, As I said earlier, we can only do it with your support, and your support is needed to contact your MEPs if you are in the European Union, by letter, by email, knocking on the door if you live in the same town, or if they have a surgery in your city. They're only human, and they are interested in your health, believe it or not. So we have a short message here from the co-chair, Mr. Billy Kelleher. Take it away, Billy.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak at your conference here today. I want to wish you well. As you know, PKU is an issue that affects many people, and we have to consistently raise the awareness of it. This conference that you're at today will do that. But from a European perspective, I'm chair of a cross-party alliance that is trying to raise awareness of PKU in the European Parliament. I would really appreciate the help of this conference and the members here today to contact their MEPs and ask them to get involved in this cross-party alliance to promote awareness of PKU. By raising awareness, we can ensure that we have better access to medicines, that the policies that are developed at European level and at member state level actively address the concerns of people with rare diseases and rare disorders. PKU is one of them, and we don't want to allow it to fall off the radar of policy development. So from that perspective, I, as a member of the European Parliament, the Cross-Party Alliance, and with the support of the PKU membership right throughout Europe, we can raise the awareness to make lives better for people with PKU.
So there you go. Mr. Kelleher, giving it to you large. We need your help. The Cross-Party Alliance will be a fantastic tool in the EU. And as I've written there, it will bring together not only the PKU community throughout the EU and the MEPs. It gives a voice to the PKU associations, so that your particular gap in care, if there is, if there is one, exists, and I'm sure they do, can be brought to their attention. Most importantly, the voice of the patient is heard, because very often it's the little person, the little man in the street, who's the last person to be heard. In particular, if you have a rare disease, it's the patient that should be the focus. And we hope for a win-win situation. No, we don't hope for a win-win situation. We will have a win-win situation. Be positive. That's what it's all about. So that was a little bit about the CPA. I like to briefly, given 8 minutes left, talk about International PKU Day, 28th of June. I have written to Mr. Kelleher and thanked him for the video and said let's hope we meet face to face again soon. We would like to be in the EU Parliament on the 28th of June, not being cheeky, not a cheeky email, straightforward. So we hope to be in the EU Parliament Tuesday, 28th of June, 2022. But just a brief recap of International PKU Day in 2021. It was celebrated just about all over Europe and beyond. And lots of organizations did things and companies acknowledged it. So we're grateful to the companies for doing that and promoting it. And lots of other journals and things like that. This is not an exhaustive list. This is a list when half an hour was given to somebody to do it. Brilliant list. I mean, it's not about making money. It's about getting together, having a party, having a walk, doing a cooking demonstration, meeting your MEP, meeting your MP, meeting your health attaché, meeting your health authorities, whatever you want to do on International PKU Day, or the weekend before for a big event for people, because obviously next year it falls on a Tuesday. So certainly in the UK we'll do something the weekend before, and hopefully we'll be out there stepping out for PKU. You can have a round of golf, sponsored golf or something like that, so you can pay for people to come along and have a cake stall, a PKU cake stall, whatever it takes. Just celebrate it. Okay, it's a fantastic day. Again, it's an ESPKU idea. We thought we wanted something for people to coalesce around on one particular day of the year. And of course, I think yesterday was World Food Health Day. Well, health's important to PKU and food's important to PKU people. So Why not have an International PKU Day? So all of you, I do urge all of you to get involved again in 2022. It's a great day out. Very briefly, the Sheila Jones Award. This year is the 70th anniversary of Sheila Jones starting the low protein diet. 70 years of the diet. Now, we do have this wonderful pipeline which is bulging with new therapies. And as Professor Nena Blau said on the chat, it takes 10 years to get the drug to market. And I was talking to Professor Francjan van Spronson in the break, but I just said it takes another 10 years to get it to the patient. It's going to be a tough ask, people, a tough ask. Not only is, if the drug gets to market, great, or the therapy, let's call it the therapy. But then the next hurdle is getting your country's health authorities to pay for it. How do you do that? Because they're going to stick in your way another hurdle, a health technology assessment, which I think we're going to have to revisit yet again next spring delegates meeting. It's a constant battle, but we have the youth there, Lange, we've got them behind us. So let's do it. We can do it. We can do it. It will take time. It's a lot of effort and stamina, but we can do it. But we do have a little bit of surprise for you all about the Sheila Jones Award. The ESPKU, well, perhaps we'll just play the video. You'll see it. If you could play the video now, please, Flora.
Hi, I'm Fiona Reynolds, Chief Medical Officer of Birmingham Women's and Children's, and I'm here in the main corridor at the Children's Hospital in front of the Sheila Jones plaque. I'd like to say thank you to the ESPKU who funded this plaque, which was placed this month at the Children's Hospital. Sheila Jones was the first patient in the world to be treated with diet for PKU, and this plaque names the doctors, Dr. Gerard, Dr. Bickel, and Dr. Hickmans, who developed that diet for Sheila. ESPKU, thank you very much and have a great conference.
God bless Sheila. God bless Fiona. She was obviously in a scrubs that had just come out or just about to go into surgery, but there you go. Fantastic. We wanted to have something official, but because of COVID or the Rona, whatever you call it, we weren't allowed to. But thank you to the head of the Birmingham Children's Hospital for doing that. So a nice tribute, I think, to Sheila Jones, and the family are very touched. So money well spent. And if you're ever in the vicinity of Birmingham Children's Hospital, pop in. Okay, so there we go. So yeah, one brief thing, the consensus paper. We are developing or are in the final stages of signing off on a questionnaire for PKU patients in Europe, not just the EU, in Europe, Turkey, Azerbaijan, wherever you are. We would like you to fill that in. It concerns the guidelines part 1, and we want to know, well, the questionnaire will be self-explanatory when you receive it. We want to know the effect the guidelines have had on the patients, whether you've been told about them, whether your consultants are actually implementing the guidelines. So we want the answers from a patient's perspective rather than a professional's perspective. So look out for that in the next couple of months. Might be an early Christmas present. But in the ESPKU, knowledge, this is one of the mantras, knowledge is knowing a tomato is a fruit, and wisdom is not putting it in a fruit salad. Speaks volumes, really. So that's it. That's my presentation. Very brief because of time. Thank heavens for that. He says, wiping his beard. Does anybody have any questions about advocacy or PKU? Because I think that we will certainly pick up a lot of these things. Certainly the delegates meeting next spring, which I'm convinced will go ahead. I'm just going to the comments, and there are over hundreds of them. So there we go. Let's have a look before I summarize the meeting. I don't know if anybody has any questions at all for me directly, or from the professionals, from the board, from the man just riding his bike down the road. No? Okay. We're actually finished now, but I will just summarize. And make some thank yous. Thank you to all the speakers for not only spending their Sunday with us, but preparing the speeches for us. Thank you to all the moderators for spending their Sunday with us as well. I've just been reminded there was an entry and exit poll, a couple of questions. Don't forget to answer those questions for our analytics, please. Let me just get back where I. Sorry. Yeah. Thank you to all our sponsors as well. I think it's important that we recognise that they do spend a little bit of their income on helping us put events like this on, whether it be virtual or face to face. Particularly to our gold sponsor BioMarin, our Silver Plus sponsors, API Nutrition, Silver sponsor, PTC Therapeutics, and all the bronze sponsors. It's thank you very much for that. It is sorely needed. We'll be touching up for quite a bit more next year, so tell your people who are preparing your budgets for 2022 to put a little bit more in. We'll need some for the consensus paper and publishing towards the end of next year as well. So anybody wants to give us 10 or 15 grand, let us know. Okay. What else? Yeah, I have to thank the ESPKU board and the Scientific Advisory Committee again for putting in such an effort over the year in constructing conference and also the professionals program. Just a few things that I think I'd like to mention from Shawn Christ or Shawn Christ's presentation. Lower fee levels helps the brain. Strapline. A couple of comments on the presentation of the new or the pipeline of the new therapies on the way. One of them was, I hope to be alive when alternative therapies get reimbursed. Don't we all? And from Professor Fillet from La Belle, France, great presentation, thoroughly enjoyed it. I'm going to have to watch it again though, I think, just to take it all in. Super. And Maria, great presentation again, showing the importance to prepare, if you have PKU, ladies, to prepare for a pregnancy. Very much important that it's planned. And thank you to Lal and Ege once again. Super comments, very powerful, very positive. I'll just have a quick check of the comments before I mention next year. And more about PKU Day. Yeah, thanks for the opportunity, blah, blah. I hope you've all had a good, is there a date for the next meeting? Yes, Annika. Okay. I hope you've enjoyed the conference. I think we've progressed and moved on in a virtual world. However, there's no substitute for a face-to-face meeting, I don't think, where everything's tangible. You can taste the product, you can feel the product, you can smell the products, you can talk to each other, you can listen physically, you know, in the same room. No doubt next year we may have a hybrid conference, but I'm pleased to say that in 2022, the hotel that Metabolicus have chosen or chose for 2020 is happy to host us, and a weekend has been booked in October, towards the end of October. I won't confirm the dates yet until I see it in writing, but it's likely to be the last weekend of October next year. I'm really looking forward to Metabolicus holding the conference next year with the flamenco and stuff like that. That hopefully will be on offer in the social dance in the evening afterwards. It's been a pleasure putting this together. I must make a big up for Smart Events, who have actually helped us in this. Both Benjamin and Florian, who have been live, and Elizabeth, who runs it all. Thank you all very much. You've been very, very helpful, and certainly we highly recommend you to anybody who would like to use your service. It's been fantastic. Can't think of anything else, but Metabolicus are looking forward to us next year. They have the ESPKU flag to put up on the flagpole at the conference. Unfortunately, Tobias has our two PKU flags, so I can't have one in the background. So as far as I'm concerned, I'm happy, unless there are any late questions. Debbie, bring the ESPKU to Australia. Well, love to. Maybe Australia can come to us. Okay, thank you all very much. Have a great weekend. And we'll speak. Certainly, the delegates will get an email about the spring conference in Aprilish time next year. So thank you, and have a safe remainder of the year and a great Christmas. Bye for now, Eric.